a desk and a diploma, I would listen to them. I know my child better than an expert does, and I probably should have trusted my own instinct. And that's one of the things I did learn about the whole experience.
As someone who has many desks and diplomas, what Rob said there is sadly very common and also very dangerous. First, not all professionals in any field are exactly the same, so it's important to find the right fit. However, the problem is that knowing someone personally does not equate to having clinical objectivity. You know why? Right, it's because emotional closeness can actually impair judgment. Furthermore, when addiction takes hold of someone, the person they know is no longer the same person because the addiction overrides who you believe them to be.
I know Nick better than, some expert who's never met him, and I think had I listened to my own instincts, I would have done a lot better by Nick.
Therefore, the expert actually knows Nick quite well because they're trained and experienced in addiction behaviors, which are often more common among those who are addicted to substances. This is not saying that Rob should have just blindly gone along with whatever the expert said, but instead inquisitively question and challenge the expert from a position of collaboration rather than looking at it as either going my way or the expert's way. Now watch this clip and see what you think of Rob's idea of what he could have done instead of putting Nick into rehab.
I was trying to get up over the wall.
I think that's where we made the mistake. Just the whole idea of throwing him into a rehab place, just saying, okay, and there's a punitive aspect.
But if you hadn't done that, how could you treat him you couldn't treat him on your own?
No, not on our own, but we could have maybe just worked with him with a therapist and, been a little bit more active in that way. I think we just overreacted.
Right, here in 2016, Rob is basically saying they could have done a better job at treating Nick's substance addiction at his Hollywood mansion than putting him into a rehabilitation facility.
I think we just overreacted.
This mentality is sad, common, and dangerous. It's dangerous both to the patient and to their family. Most parents feel guilty putting their child in a locked treatment facility. However, sometimes that's what's needed to get their child better. Do you know why this type of do-it-yourself method is often not successful? Right, because overcoming substance addiction requires more than just therapy in your family's guest house.
What about when you wrecked the guest house on meth? You don't want to tell that story?
Yeah, I went 10 rounds with my guest house.
Psychologically, this is called hindsight bias. This is where Rob looks back at the work the rehabilitation facility apparently did to help Nick get sober and now thinks he could have just done that in his backyard with just a visiting therapist to avoid feeling bad that he put his son in a locked treatment facility. And did you notice Nick's body language when his dad was saying what he will apparently do in the future?
We could have maybe just worked with him with a therapist and, been a little bit more active in that way. I think we just overreacted.
Right, Nick was not nodding in agreement with his father in understanding what may have worked better for Nick, but instead seems to be calculating that there's now probably going to be little to no penalty for relapsing again. Since Nick here in 2016 now knows he won't have to be locked in a rehabilitation facility all the way up in Maine again.
I'm sick of this cycle, this using drugs, it being so temporary, the fix, then going back into a place for months on end, then getting out and just, rinse, wash, repeat.
This being my life.
Yeah.
The penalty for relapsing now is what? Right, just to live in his parents' guest house and talk to a therapist a few times a week? It's no wonder that shortly after this interview, Nick sadly relapsed again.
I kind of knew that I wanted to relapse, basically. I didn't even want to call it a relapse. I just wanted to get back to my old life. I got back on dope and other things.
How did you go from just smoking weed and the occasional Adderall to relapsing on dope in the first place?
Well, how do you think? I'm a drug addict.
Did he know you had been a heroin addict in the past?
Yeah, he knew.
And apparently in recent months, he was so addicted to consuming hard drugs than ever before, just hanging out in his parents' guest house.
Wandering the Brentwood estate, where he allegedly killed his parents.
Say and spell your first and last name for me.
I ain't gotta tell you my first and last name. Most people know me as Did David.
And listen to what Nick said about being around his friends who do drugs.
Can you be in a room now where people are drinking or smoking pot or something, or do you consciously avoid those situations?
No, I want to be there when they're doing that because I don't want to feel alienated like I'm some, special case, or I don't want to feel any different or alienated. I just want to be part of the crew again, and
Yeah.
just not do that other stuff.
Right, Nick still hangs out with his apparent substance-addicted friends, so of course it was only a matter of time before he relapsed again. And this is in no way to absolve Nick of these murders, because voluntary intoxication is not typically a good legal defense to homicide, and is not typically considered temporary insanity. So if I'm guessing, Nick's legal defense is going to claim that he has some other major mental illness that caused him to do this, more than just ADHD. You're surely wondering, how does being on drugs contribute to a person acting with extreme violence to murder? In this case, the apparent combination of many drugs, such as both uppers and downers together, can not only cause prolonged sleep deprivation, but also likely impair judgment, distort perception, and remove normal impulse control, which may cause a person's pre-existing emotional dysregulation to escalate to extreme violence.
You don't seem very fiery to me. You seem
I
like
get
you might just...
crazy. I get crazy.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
You don't want to set me up.
Basically, drugs do not cause a person to commit violence, but they may make a person more impulsive, emotionally unstable, and less capable of them inhibiting those pre-existing violent desires and urges. Therefore, that night at Conan O'Brien's holiday party, when Nick got into a major argument with his parents,
Some big blow-ups there.
No, we both can get pretty...
You don't roll easily either.
No, we can both get pretty hot, and there were times when we did get hot.
if Nick was so angry that he wanted to physically harm his parents, especially since he's been known to express his anger through physical aggression,
Yeah, I went 10 rounds of my guest house.
When you're
I
pumping
went
these
10
things
rounds
out,
of my guest
is
house.
it to like relieve
What
some
a fucking
tension? Is it, like,
idiot.
He's high.
I know, but is there any?
What a fucking
You're crazy.
idiot.
Well, I mean, but is there any logic at all that
I went
translates
10 rounds
into
of
that
my
you can
guest
remember
house.
and that can translate into real life? That still makes
logic.
no logic. It's just this thing's going right now, boom, and then you.
Yeah.
it's sadly more likely that those violent impulses overrode any sober restraint that he may have had in the past.
We're also seeing eerie
10
new
rounds
surveillance
in the
footage of Nick
fucking
Reiner late
guest
Saturday
house.
night, casually strolling outside a gas station near his parents' estate. He was on his way to his parents' mansion, where cops say he carried out the slaughter. Notice he's wearing a baseball cap and carrying a black
Oh, you
backpack.
get away, you did.
Sadly
You
snuck
did,
into
you
their
son of a bitch.
bedroom with the only weapon he had access to at that moment. Logically and sadly,
So much
he
better
first
than
incapacitated
Cyberpunk.
Rob, his father, with the usage of that knife, followed by Michelle, his mother. Given that there were sadly excessive stab wounds, indicates rage and personal hatred, possibly blaming his parents for his poor circumstances.
Both appear to suffer fatal stab wounds.
And if you're wondering, this is not an easy way to go if there is such thing, especially if certain anatomic structures are initially missed. Nick allegedly then leaves their Brentwood house because even Nick would know this is not going to look good for him when the sun rises. He apparently makes his way to Santa Monica at 4 a.m. using his credit card to check into the Pierside Hotel, which is likely a familiar and safe-feeling location for Nick. In moments when perpetrators feel they're in danger, they often subconsciously choose to hide away in an area that is most familiar to them, where they have felt safe in the past. After checking into his hotel room, he apparently hangs a bedsheet to cover the window, likely due to paranoia that his room's curtains will electronically open, fearing that they will reveal himself to aerial surveillance. Paranoia is common in stimulant intoxication and severe sleep deprivation because excessive dopamine and norepinephrine activation in the brain heightens threat perception and disrupts their ability to distinguish between real and imagined threats. Nick apparently showers and changes his clothes, leaving their room and bathroom bloody, which the maid service found later that morning. At this point, even Nick surely realizes that staying at the Pierside Hotel is a bad idea. Do you know why? Right, he realizes he's going to be a prime suspect and he just checked into that hotel with his credit card. Not to mention there was only one egress, so if the police knock on that door, it's all over for Nick. He likely leaves that hotel room in the mid-morning to make his way towards the University of Southern California campus. Surely another familiar area. This was where he surely spent time partying with his rich friends as a young adult, because USC is only 20 minutes from Brentwood. Late
they
afternoon,
didn't like what I
Bolo,
did.
Be on the lookout was issued for him once his sister confirmed that her brother was likely involved. He was spotted on video surveillance footage buying a drink at a gas station convenience store and was quickly arrested at 9:15 p.m. nearby. Do you know why rich Hollywood children so often get addicted to drugs? Yes, this is psychologically because they grow up with extreme access to money, substances, and adult environments, while often lacking consistent structure, boundaries, and accountability. And sometimes, even at the same time, they face intense identity pressure, public scrutiny, and emotional isolation, which can create chronic stress and a sense of emptiness. And oftentimes their parents are extremely busy busy, focused on their careers, and spend limited time with their children. Substances then become an easy and socially normalized way to cope, self-regulate, or escape feelings they were never taught how to manage. A lot of money along with fame and less time spent involved in raising their children can quietly destabilize children emotionally and developmentally. Hollywood is usually a terrible place to raise children. RIP to Rob and Michelle Reiner, and our condolences are with their friends and family during this difficult time. Now in the comments, why do you think raising children in Hollywood can be so destructive to them? Let everyone know in the comments below. Subscribe for more. And if you want exclusive content and channel perks, hit that join button now below, because your support.
In the 1990s, as a general public was trying to figure out the different ways they could utilize this interesting
Thank you, Derek Von Schalk. I'm sorry, I'm going to go sub to him. He was really good, actually.
You don't want to set me up.
Why did Nick Reiner allegedly...
That was pretty good, yeah.
In the 1990s, as a general public was trying to figure out the different ways they could utilize this interesting new piece of technology called the internet, so too was the US government. Even though Washington had been a key player in developing the technology that would later evolve into the World Wide Web, they didn't have any better idea how to use it than anybody else did. Outside a few universal initiatives to give government employees email addresses and to create online administrative portals for internal use, the countless federal and state institutions that exist in the country were pretty much left to create their online presences on their own, without any sort of guidance or set of standards to follow. This led to a bunch of chaotic, disconnected, and vastly different looking websites being created, which was pretty much par for the course when it came to the early internet in general. The White House would create its official website in 1994, and other federal agencies would soon follow. After an institution would create its official online presence for the first time, they would often fill out their websites with digitized versions of public records, just like the Tennessee state government. After creating their website, they would upload profiles for the different politicians that sit in the state senate. The Tennessee government still makes these profiles to this day, and the further back you look through them, the more outdated these pages look. They all seem to be frozen in the time period they were created in, with the entire user interface of the site morphing and appearing to devolve as you travel back in time through these legislator profiles. At some point, the UI disappears entirely, and all
Damn it,
you're left with
H.E.
is a
Biddle.
basic white screen
You
with
fucked
some
up
text on it.
Knoxville.
No different than a Word document. One such page seemingly stuck in a bygone era happens to be for a man named Tommy Burks. While this page might look like any other, it would soon gain a disturbing significance shortly after its creation, forever being linked to one of the strangest and darkest events to ever happen in American politics. One that you likely haven't heard of.
Before we get to that though, there's something possibly even more frightening we gotta talk about. Data brokers. Have you ever stopped to think just how much personal information you're unknowingly giving out to third parties when you sign up for different apps and services on the internet? Every time you input a private piece of data on a form somewhere, you can't be totally sure where it's gonna end up. Unless you read the entire terms and conditions, and come on, we both know you didn't do that. You know what this is? This is an example of a report received from a data broker on a single person. It's surprisingly detailed. We've got address history, aliases, photos, and even possible relatives, neighbors, and associates. You'd be surprised just how easy it is to get a report like this nowadays on just about anybody. These data broker companies are making insane money selling this info to whoever wants it, whether that's a scammer, a spammer, or even a stalker. It's all a little nerve-wracking, but you know what? I'm not concerned, because I use Aura, the sponsor of today's video. Aura protects your privacy by identifying data brokers selling your info. They take care of the hard part, automatically removing your info from these sites and making sure it never resurfaces. Aura isn't the only service of its kind, but nobody offers quite as much for the price as Aura. You'll get alerts if your personal info is found on the dark web, a secure VPN, antivirus, and even a password manager. Aura even reaches outside the internet as well, providing real-time fraud alerts for credit and banking, and even $5 million in identity theft insurance protection. It's genuinely a great deal for what you're paying. I'm not leaving myself vulnerable, and you shouldn't either. If you use my link aura.com/feral, you'll get 14 days for free, which is enough time for Aura to start scrubbing your personal info from data broker sites. Thanks to Aura for sponsoring this video.
A farmer by trade, Tommy Burks had been a longtime member of the Tennessee House of Representatives. Despite being a Democrat, he held a pretty conservative social outlook, opposing things like gambling, state lotteries, and even the teaching of evolution in public schools. He was the last of a dying breed, an old-fashioned liberal pushing for legislation that aimed to help the working class. This combination of fighting for the everyman and promoting right-wing social attitudes made him quite popular in the rural district of the American South he oversaw. At the time his now long untouched online profile was created, he was campaigning to be re-elected to a seat in the state senate, a position he had held since 1978. Burks was known as a very hardworking person. He kept his farm going throughout his entire political career.
Yeah!
Well before the sun
Got his ass!
Done for the day, before driving 100 miles to sit for a session in the House of Representatives.
Yeah!
Despite the long distance, he would never actually move away from his district, which was unusual among his fellow representatives and again only contributed to his already high popularity. Tommy had gone 20 years without losing a single election. He was a difficult candidate to beat.
On to the next
but politicians
guy.
would still try. And in 1998, the Republicans chose a man named Byron Looper as a potential usurper. While Tommy had been a lifelong farmer, Byron Looper had been a politician from the onset of his adult life, having ran for the Georgia House of Representatives as a Democrat after graduating university in 1988. His campaign wouldn't get past the primary though, so he returned to his home state of Tennessee and rebranded himself as a Republican, where he would win a primary in 1994, but would ultimately fail to be elected to the House of Representatives. In 1996, however, he'd finally win an election, becoming the new Putnam County tax assessor, after he legally changed his middle name to Low Tax. Yeah, he really did do that. He had gone the entire campaign without even making a single public appearance, solely relying on negative attack ads to sway public opinion. Looper's tenure as tax assessor would be fraught with controversy. He would make multiple attempts to manipulate the news media by anonymously spreading false rumors about his political rivals, while simultaneously signal boosting his own supposed good qualities. Just 2 years into his new role, he would be slapped with several criminal charges, including official misconduct, theft of services and official oppression for theft, misuse of county property, and misuse of county employees. Byron would claim that the charges were nothing more than political theater, alleging that the mostly Democrat Tennessee General Assembly were trying to bury him with a phony criminal investigation. Not one to be deterred by legal troubles that could potentially land him in prison for a long time, Looper would launch his campaign to become Tennessee's next senator. The position wasn't his first choice.
On to the
his
next
true
guy.
ambition had been to run for Congress, but he didn't win the nomination for that, so he took what he could get, which was to run against Tommy Burks. With Burks being such a popular, long-serving incumbent, the Tennessee Republican Party didn't see much of a chance of beating him, and as such, the Republican nomination had mostly been a token one, nothing more than a warm body propped up purely to maintain appearances.
I can see it, you can see him down there.
Byron won the Republican nomination by default, as no one else had any desire to run in an unwinnable election. He would soon begin campaigning much in the same manner he had in previous elections, abstaining from all public appearances while relying on attack ads to do all his PR work for him. The voters of Tennessee's 15th Senate District didn't take the campaign seriously. They already knew and liked Tommy Burks. Why would they vote for some big city outsider who had a bunch of pending criminal charges? Tommy also wasn't concerned. For him, this was just another in a line of many elections he had been through in the past 20 years as senator. He hadn't lost before, and it
see that white
didn't
car
seem
down
like
there? I'm
things were gonna
chasing
change
him.
this time. It's a brisk and foggy autumn morning on October 19th, 1998. On the Burks family farm in Monterey, Tennessee, Tommy briefly speaks to his farmhand before leaving to go pick up a class of kids from a nearby school.
It's good though, it's
who
good.
He's planning to take to the pumpkin patch on his farm
It's
as
very
a fun
good.
field trip. As he nears the road after rolling down his long gravel driveway, a car pulls up beside him. This was unusual. Burks wasn't expecting company. He rolls down his window to greet his unexpected visitor, but a loud shot rings out. Tommy Burks has been murdered. The news would quickly spread around Putnam County. People were shocked. Tommy didn't appear to have any enemies. He was a benign and respectful small-time politician who was well-liked in his community. Police, too, couldn't seem to come up with a potential motive. The farmhand who had discovered Burks dead in his car after hearing the gunshot said he had noticed a blue Chevrolet sedan speeding down the road, which was the only piece of information police had to go off of. The general public would reel in the uncertainty of the situation. Maybe this was some random senseless killing committed by an insane person. Maybe Burks had some secret double life that was completely unknown to his voters. While everybody was speculating, police were quietly investigating in the background. They had a suspect, just not one they could reveal quite yet. In the midst of all this, Byron Looper would maintain his distance from the public eye. He still wouldn't make any public appearances, and he wouldn't even make a statement acknowledging the death of his political opponent. Not terribly out of character considering his past. but maybe a little suspicious at the same
I feel
time.
like Batman. And I'm like fighting the Joker in his Joker car.
It's the middle of the night on October 23rd. Byron Looper is about to walk into his house, but before he gets to the door, somebody walks in front of him. Almost immediately he's surrounded, his arms are grabbed and something cold clicks onto his wrists. The police have found their guy. This might seem on the surface like a classic political assassination, maybe just unusual in how low the stakes were, but there is something different that sets this case apart from almost any other. You see, the car Byron had pulled up to in his house the night he was arrested was a blue Chevrolet sedan. He hadn't hired a hitman. He personally rolled up to Tommy Burks' house and murdered him himself. Byron knew he wasn't going to win the election, so his plan was to literally kill his competition. He didn't even try very hard to not get caught. He openly admitted to one of his friends that he had killed Tommy. The police had a strong case against him, but Byron had worked out a very bizarre scheme. You see, back in 1998, Tennessee state law mandated that if a candidate died less than 30 days before an election, their name must be removed from the ballot and cannot be replaced with another. Looper had found a loophole. He was going to be the only name on the ballot, and whether or not he would eventually be convicted of murder wouldn't change that. It's hard to say what his long-term goal may have been here, if he had a plan or not to somehow get a pardon for a brazen murder he committed, but in any event, Byron Looper was on course to win a state election, despite being charged with first-degree murder. Some members of the public would attempt to get Looper's name removed from the ballot, alleging that the murder charge constituted moral turpitude. Their efforts were unsuccessful. The Tennessee Republican Party would distance themselves from Byron, but they too weren't able to force him not to run. A murderer was about to be elected to the Tennessee Senate. It's November 3rd and the votes are being counted. Somehow Byron still manages to get 1,500 votes, despite the public being shown very strong evidence that he literally killed his opponent. Luckily though, he wouldn't be elected to the Senate. Receiving more than 95% of the votes and subsequently winning in a landslide was Tommy's widow, Charlotte Burks. The Tennessee Democrats and even many Republicans launched an impromptu whirlwind campaign to get the public to write her in on voting day, which they did en masse. As Byron was going through the trial that would eventually put him in prison for life, Charlotte Burks was inaugurated into the state Senate. An online profile will be made for her as well, and on it, you'll find a line that tells the reader that Charlotte is a widow of former Senator Tommy Burks. Tommy's profile, though, has been left to rot. A relic of media created just before his death that can still be accessed and experienced in the exact same way it could while he was still alive. It's a small drop in a sea of abandoned government web pages. While normal abandoned websites usually get taken off the internet at some point due to lapsed payments, servers going offline, or companies ceasing operations, the American government has no such problems. And as a result, you can find many relics just like Tommy Burks' legislator profile on the live internet.
The world of abandoned government web pages is not one that I've ever seen covered on YouTube. Probably because government websites aren't usually interesting pieces of human creativity, but nonetheless, there are horrors here. And on top of that, the pristine state these websites are almost always kept in is interesting all on its own. There's a real institutional effort to maintain and preserve these snapshots of the old internet, one that's much larger and more well-funded than an independent organization like the Internet Archive. While I may be Canadian, I'm only going to be covering things from American government institutions today. There's a couple reasons for that. For one thing, the majority of you watching are American, and also Canadian politics and government is just more boring than the US. You're not going to find a story like the murder of Tommy Burks up here. On top of that, every Canadian government webpage looks and functions like it's been abandoned.
This is awesome.
Makes it hard to find
I can't
the
believe how
actual
long I've been up
untouched
here.
stuff. So yeah, we're focusing on the USA today, a country that produces way more government websites than you probably realize, some of which are actually pretty weird.
You're probably already familiar with whitehouse.gov and also FBI.gov, which we've talked about before on this channel. But what about Barney.gov? This 2003 site is dedicated to George Bush's Scottish Terrier Barney. It's complete with downloadable videos and articles all about the president's dog. Again, everything here has essentially been frozen in time. This site looks and functions in the exact same manner as it did in 2003, with everything being perfectly preserved. A true Pompeii of the old internet. There's also fiddleandforesters.gov, a 2004 federal government website dedicated to an old-timey string band made up of US Forest Service workers. Their mission is to push a message of conservation and stewardship through good old American bluegrass tunes. Obama would eventually call the site a waste of taxpayer money, and it would actually be taken fully offline and is only accessible today through the Wayback Machine. In this video, I want to talk about the
I like the
forgotten
feeling that I
pages
can
are
fall
still
off the
able to
building.
be
It really
experienced on the
like
surface
makes my
internet.
stomach clench.
Every time a new federal administration is inaugurated in the USA, they always seem to purge the government's online presence a bit. You can find different lists of the thousands of government-hosted websites that have been taken offline seemingly every few years. Sometimes, though, these sites have a way of slipping through the cracks. Maybe they've been mirrored to another domain which went unnoticed during the purge. Maybe some other federal institution purposely mirrored the site to prevent it from being ripped from the pages of history. In any event, the internet is littered with fully functional but completely abandoned government web pages.
Yes!
Some are silly, most are mundane.
Did he bail?
But a select few are disturbing.
No, I killed him. He
like
bailed
the
and he
Office of
suicided.
Human Radiation Experiments.
He knew the missile was coming.
This 2009 site is less pristine than the others. There's a few broken links and images here. It's common for abandoned websites to go through a process called link rot. As the internet at large evolves around them, the external resources abandoned websites use often change or go offline.
Everybody in the lobby left,
leading
for some
to a
reason.
sort of rotting process that slowly consumes a website, almost like the decay of a living organism or the ruining of an abandoned building. The links on this page are actually all completely dead.
Everybody on the
which kinda
map is
gives this
gone.
whole
It
site a bit of an
either
ominous
dropped me
feeling,
or put me
considering
in
the
my own
subject
private
matter at
session.
hand here. Luckily though, I was able to find a separate mirror showing an older version of this site. Although it does purport that it was last
I've been wanting
updated
to
in
jump off for a
2012,
long
but
time.
it obviously looks much older than the 2009
Where is my
one we were
parachute?
just
Where
looking
is
at.
it? Where,
This version of the site has been kept in pristine condition. Everything is fully preserved, including the downloadable videos and images, which makes it much easier to decipher this website's purpose. It's intended to be a web portal to digitally serve up the findings of a government organization called the Office of Human Radiation Experiments. This 1994 department was enacted to investigate the USA's use of human subjects when studying the effects of radiation on living organisms during the Cold War. As you can imagine, this is a bit of a dark piece of history. These experiments were often misrepresented to the test subjects, with doctors describing them as groundbreaking new medical treatments, even though they didn't have any idea what would happen when exposing these patients to high levels of radiation in different ways. Sometimes these experiments were done without any consent from the test subject, like when 18 hospital patients were unknowingly injected with plutonium in the mid-1940s, many of whom would eventually develop different forms of cancers that would kill them. Around the same time, at Vanderbilt University, coincidentally also in Tennessee, more than 800 low-income pregnant women were given a drink dosed with radioactive iron, being told it was merely a vitamin mixture. At subsequent hospital visits, doctors would study the radiation's effects on the mothers and their babies. The long-term consequences of these sneakily administered experiments are unknown, but the mothers who got the drink reported such symptoms as rashes, bruising, hair and tooth loss, and even cancer. Possibly the most horrific case of these forced human radiation experiments was that of Vertus Hardiman. In 1927, when he was just 5 years old, he was visiting the Gibson County Hospital in Lyle Station, Indiana to get treated for his ringworm. His parents were advised to try out an experimental new therapy, but they weren't told that it would involve dosing little Vertus with high amounts of radiation, enough to make all his hair fall out. The ringworm would be cured using this method, but in the same vein as killing a spider by burning down your house. Vertus's hair would never grow back. The bones in his head would erode and shift around, molding his skull into an unnatural shape. His scalp would turn pink and red, and would be covered in blisters and bumps filled with pus. Though he would suffer from extreme pain from both constant headaches and burning sensations that would never go away, Vertus would lead his life much like anybody else. He would move to California and work for most of his life in the Los Angeles County General Hospital. He'd cover up his untreated wound with a wig, and on a surface glance, you wouldn't even be able to tell that this was a person suffering from a horrible radiation disfigurement. Vertus would eventually die at the age of 85 after his radiated skin finally became cancerous.
I get it? Oh,
but before he left
landing.
this earth, he consented to
Where
have
did
a
you want me to
documentary
land?
done
Right
about his
there?
story, which he had kept
Aw.
secret his entire life.
Oh,
Before he
well.
passed, he would do a photo shoot to reveal to the world for the first time just what he had been hiding under his wig. Despite having to be reminded every day of the enormous injustice he had experienced as a 5-year-old, Vertus Hardiman still managed to live a full and happy life. While many in his situation may have let their condition turn them vindictive and miserable, Vertus on the other hand
Kim
refused to be
Kardashian
bitter,
is in
and even
Fortnite.
managed to find it in him to forgive the doctors who had so carelessly disfigured him. He he was often quoted as saying,
"If you're angry, that means your heart's not right."
The purpose of the Office of Human Radiation Experiments was to declassify and expose these injustices to the public. They would soon
If you're angry, it means your heart's not right.
follow
Yeah,
up by enforcing stronger...
I think he's right. It's like you don't have your like intelligence in the right manner, or whatever. You're like your stick's not on the ice, and I've got to conquer my anger. Let's just go glance at the settings, see if anything changed. Oh, how I love Fortnite. Where should I go? Lethal Labs, Battlewood Boulevard. We'll go to Battlewood Boulevard first. Or I'll go right there. That looks fun. Or whatever that is. Oh, the balloon. I want the balloon. I love the balloon. I'm gonna ride the balloon the whole match. Fuck it. It's my balloon, bitch. What? He got a way better gun. How is that fair? You give me a pistol, you give him that gun? What was that? Oh my god. I should have just grenaded. Why did you give him a chain gun and not me? It was just RNG. What can you do?
regulations and opening up some compensation programs for the affected individuals who hadn't yet died, which led to some monetary settlements being reached, but no amount of money can fix a life filled with health issues, pain, and physical disfigurement.
The Office of Human Radiation Experiments serves as a detailed peek into an often overlooked and tragic part of American history, one that's kept finely preserved in the form of a long-abandoned government website. This next page has also been kept in a similarly pristine manner, despite not being updated at all for 25 years. It happens to revolve around a topic that was a particularly unsettling mystery at the time of its creation.
Complete with a beautiful white marble tile background and this lovely CCD camera photo of the White House, this turn of the millennium site claims to be a special oversight board, one made to reflect the findings of the DoD's investigations into the chemical and biological incidents which occurred during the Gulf War. The contents of this site are pretty dry.
Oh, I have that. I gave it to Cloud Candy, but I had that sunflower on my main account.
All put together is indeed
it's not my main account anymore, but.
Starting in 1990, a coalition force made up of 42 countries but primarily led by the USA would declare war on Iraq, who had just invaded their neighboring country of Kuwait. By February the following year, Kuwait had effectively been freed and a ceasefire would be called, with the entire conflict only really lasting for about 6 months. The Gulf War was the first major conflict after the fall of the Soviet Union, with President Bush deeming it at the time as the beginning of a new world order. It was a showcase for just how advanced Western military technology had become, and a true flex of the USA's might as a newly dominant world power. The ground campaign only lasted a mere 100 hours, with Iraq losing catastrophically. Tens of thousands of enemy combatants would be killed, enormous amounts of equipment and infrastructure would be demolished, and Saddam Hussein would have no choice but to surrender and agree to the UN's resolutions. As much of a victory as this was for the US and the coalition though, something quite strange was happening to the Western soldiers who had just been on the ground in the conflict. Perfectly healthy, non-injured combatants would come home and begin reporting about unexplainable health problems, including respiratory issues, headaches, muscle pain, neurological problems, and even terminal tumors. It's not uncommon for veterans to report health issues after going through a war, but the unusual thing here was the volume and consistency of these reports. Up to 35% of American soldiers who served on the ground in this conflict would endure one or more of these malignancies. That's 250,000 people, all coming down with the exact same health problems. Though the ground conflict may have only lasted 4 days, these medical problems would last much longer, often growing worse as the years and decades passed. It would eventually be considered a lifelong chronic illness, with the medical community giving it the name Gulf War Syndrome. The soldiers that fought and won a war against a much weaker opponent all coming down with some unexplained ailment really sounds like something out of fiction. It harkens back to medieval stories like The Toyne, where the soldiers of Ulster are cursed with an inexplicable illness that keeps them weak and unable to fight. Gulf War Syndrome, on the other hand, is 100% real, and in the early 1990s, the US government had no idea what was happening to their veterans. Some doctors would consider these issues to be different manifestations of PTSD, but the physical ailments present in this syndrome would eventually discredit that assumption. While still not knowing what was wrong, the government would put together a committee to investigate the syndrome in the mid-90s. They would consider such causes as Middle Eastern pesticides and oil fires, but nothing was conclusive, and the Gulf War Syndrome currently plaguing hundreds of thousands of veterans remained unexplained. Is it possible that this New World Order purported by George Bush went against some unspoken law of nature, and the USA was currently experiencing a biblical plague doled out by some unknown cosmic entity that rules humanity in the universe? No, of course not. That would be crazy. It would take a very long time to identify, but by 2008, the American government would find the cause of Gulf War Syndrome. While bombarding the enemy forces, the coalition had attacked and destroyed several Iraqi chemical weapons facilities. This led to many plumes of toxic gases entering the atmosphere and unknowingly poisoning those who were in the vicinity of them, which included many Western soldiers. It was never PTSD or some theatrical plague, but rather the result of being exposed to low doses of poison gas for a prolonged period of time. Even if the explanation may have been simple, treatment certainly wasn't. It's 35 years later now, and the medical establishment is still trying to figure out the best way to help those suffering from Gulf War Syndrome. The common treatments seem to be things like cognitive behavioral therapy, aerobic exercises, mindfulness, and even yoga, which if you've ever suffered from a mysterious physical illness before, you'll know that those aren't exactly stellar options. Nowadays, Gulf War Syndrome is more like long COVID than anything else, a multi-symptomatic chronic illness that's very hard to treat. Back in the year 2000, when the Special Oversight Board website was last edited, it was still an unexplained disease that some didn't even think actually existed. It's strange clicking through these old websites knowing that they'll never change, that they'll permanently be frozen in the era they were created in. Today, we only went over the more mysterious and dark examples, but it's just as interesting to look at the more mundane stuff too. For example, you can still access the White House website just as it was on the last day of each presidential administration.
Damn, I'm killing so many fuckers.
Once again, you can see the user interface
what am I at? Yeah, 5 out of 55.
As the years roll back. It
Where's
might
this
not
other
always be
fucking
the
guy?
most
I want
interesting
that thing.
content, but it's fascinating to see such well-preserved time capsules of internet history.
That's it for today, guys. Before we go, I have a couple announcements. For one thing, by the time this video is live, I will officially be a full-time YouTuber. My last day of my job is in mid-December. I'm pretty excited about that. Having the extra time is going to make it easier for me to consistently bring you guys longer videos. I know this one was a little shorter than usual, but honestly, I just kind of need a break. I've been going at it pretty strongly for the last few months, so I'm taking a couple weeks off, and I'll see you guys again in January.
I want you to picture the most American story you can. A kid grows up in a dying steel town in the Midwest. He deals with chaos, danger, and addiction at home. He has no support system. For him, even making it out alive was a dream. But then, against all odds, he gets out. First, JD Vance does a tour of duty with the Marines. Then he graduates top of his class at Ohio State. Then he just keeps magically rising higher and higher through Yale Law School, into venture capital. Then he drops a best-selling book.
Well, our guest today grew up poor in the midst of the dysfunctional culture of Appalachia. J.D. Vance and his hillbilly elegy.
Then he's elected into the Senate.
Are you a racist? Do you hate Mexicans?
And then finally, he becomes the Vice President of America.
So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
He does it all by the age of just 41. It's impressive, almost too much so. In the end, it became so impressive that it was impossible to ignore. How exactly does a guy with almost no political resume, who spends years publicly trashing the movie he ends up joining,
Trump is a really bad candidate, and frankly, I think a really bad person,
suddenly have an ocean of money, media support, and institutional backing the second that he decides he wants power?
I formally declare President Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance as the Republican nominees for President and Vice President of the United States.
Well, here's the problem. The rise of J.D. Vance wasn't really sudden at all. Because in reality, he's only one small piece of a much larger, more complicated puzzle that many people believe is intended to slowly destroy our future in the name of money, power, and capital. Because you can't overthrow a country like the US with tanks and guns.
There's nobody can beat us. No, we have the strongest military in the world by far.
You do it with narratives, with stories. You do it by inviting everyone to believe in their own downfall while making yourself look like a savior.
Whether they were eating geese or dogs, is that really what we're going to hang our hat on?
And so this is the story of J.D. Vance. Or perhaps, more importantly, it's the story of the money, the ideology, and the people.
What was that? Ugh. Need a car or something. I lost track of this guy. He sucks, though. I did so much damage to that asshole. Oh no, my headphones are failing. Oh, right, I'm gonna have to charge these, which sucks. Oh well. Oh god. Oh, what's this? Woo. Oh, come on! Where was this guy? He was on top of me the entire time? Where was he? There was no warning or anything. Oh, I got so many kills. That son of a bitch. Where was this guy? Annoying, like dude suddenly on top of me. It doesn't really seem right. Like, where did, like, no warning, nothing. And he's dead too. Fucking idiot. Oh my god. I should have just left the minute that I felt like I wasn't winning. Yeah, like, what? Oh. What's this guy's deal? Damn, you went down in one hit, huh? One shot. What is this thing? Pistol, combat pistol, SMS pistol, marksman pistol. Balloons are such a good idea. That's not too good. How is he ahead of me? Fucking dick. Fucking joker. The water looks pretty good. Okay, we're a little bit better now. Let's see if I can't get a grenade kill here. love Fortnite, I won't lie. What was that? Did he see where I was? Yeah, I think he did. Ooh. Oh. This fucking dick. I think he knows I have to come out. I can hear him on the right side somewhere. For a second there I heard him. There he is. Is he below me? He is below me. He went down there looking for me. Need mobility or something. What was that? No, what? Oh. Bot, I think. What the hell was that? No, it's a fight. I can't believe I'm being this forward. I shouldn't be. Where the fuck did he go? He always moves so quick. He's not making any noise. Where the fuck did he go? Did he jump? I think he did. I think he went in there. Or he's above me. I've got to go that direction. I'm going back for the car. Zero kills. I'm in the top 20. I think I can take an advantage here by going here and buying that. I'm out of gold, so. I think I'll take that over that, yeah. What was that? I'm gonna take the van to... yeah, it's a good combination. Oh! Sorry! Fun. Show your face, bitcho. Show your face. Ooh, you're gonna have to come this way, and that's not too good for you, bitch. That's not too good for you. Come out of that hole, you old rat. Come out of that hole. Where'd you go? I don't understand. Where'd this guy go? Where are you? How did... Where... Alright, I don't know. He killed him. The boss killed him, I think. Oh, what the fuck is that?
That made his perfectly calculated.
Some way to get my health up. I don't think I'm going to. I want to let them fight. It's 1 down, 6 up. I'm not going to get this, but I'm still in the top 5, though. Just looking around for heals or kills or something. If this thing goes up, it's going to kill me. I have to get out of it soon. Yep, 4 left. I'm running out of gas. Want some kind of heals in here. Yep, there we go. Some kind of heals in here, please. Please, 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 please. Yes! Yes! Oh my god, I got what I needed. I can't believe I did. But it's awesome that I did. It's awesome that I did. I don't know if I want this. I don't know. What was that? Oh god, that sounds nasty. Move this direction since I'm full. 93. Okay. Ammo's good. Let's see what we can do. Heads up. No idea where this guy is. Wish I was elevated. Ooh, scary. I don't see him. Where's this fucking guy? Where is he? Wait, that's elevated. Oh, oh. I don't know. There's a car. Is that him? No, that's a car. Where is he? Where are you, asshole? I don't see you. Where are you? Where are you? Show your face, fucker. He's probably thinking the same thing, but I'm playing King of the Hill. I have a better chance, maybe. Wait, what the fuck was that? That was like him dropping the crown or something? Yeah, he's here. Oh, that's gonna fuck him, maybe. What was that? I'm out! Why am I out? It was a full mag at point blank, you piece of shit! Brain dead developer, what the fuck is what the fuck was that? Fuck was that, man? I dumped goddamn 7 mags into him and 2 full SMGs. Yeah, you are. You are. Fuck was this? I dumped the SMG into him, man. How many times do I have to shoot these people before they die? How many rounds was that? Was it 96 or some shit before he fucking dies? It's a little boy. Oh my god.
I am evil Homer. I am evil Homer. I am evil Homer. I am evil Homer. I am evil Homer.
Let's see, lit up 2 full mags in him before I left the tower. Then there was the other shots, another 5 shots past that. Then there was the entire goddamn SMG mag, not a shot missed, dead into his chest from 5 feet before he actually fired. And then I died instantly. And it really just doesn't make sense. I put 200 goddamn rounds in him. What the fuck was that, man? What the fuck's your problem, man? I should have just left the minute the damage started. I'm learning to just leave, like dump a mag and leave until they're dead. Don't ever let them shoot you. Holiday Fortnite. It's 4 days till Christmas and I still don't give a fuck. What's a balloon? Where's a balloon? I haven't seen a balloon, Sarah. I want that orange balloon. Is it Kirby? It looks like Kirby. I shall compete for the balloon. Ooh, I got a nice sniper rifle for this balloon. With 33 rounds. That's very good. Oh, very good. Very good. This is very good for me. Oh. Oh. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Oh, yeah! Yeah! Wow. Oh. Oh, yeah! Please show your face. Please show your face.
Hypocrisy possible.
Oh, 178. Ooh, even more. I mean, why not? It'll have rounds in it at least, right? Yeah, start quest. Yeah, get on it. Reload. Yeah, why not dual wield sniper rifles, right? Because then I can fire 6 shots. Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah. Oh, I can't see him anymore. Fucking bot. Cheater. I love sniping in Fortnite. Oh, yeah. God damn it. It's fun to dump 6 shots at them from fuck far. Oh, where is he? Oh. Face bitch. Oh yeah! Fuck you, Jonesy wannabe 26 or whatever. Fuck you. No items? Oh no, no items. Oh man, no. Just hang out on the balloon the whole day. Looking around the house. Watching the sun. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! I've been taking some damage. What's this? Make him run. I only have 5 shots left. I gotta make them count. I can't believe I killed 3 people on this balloon. I didn't have to go anywhere. I could ditch the balloon now, I suppose, if there was actually a car. There's some items, but there's no car. The balloon is taking me out. Oh, yep. Where are they? They are... It's taking me out, but it's gonna stop at this thing here. Oh. Oh, that's a bitch for him. Oh, that's a bitch for him too. He's out now. He's mine. I will have you. Whoa. Whoa. No. Yes, 35 rounds. I've got to get in the balloon. Get in the balloon before it leaves. No. No, I can't see. I can't see, kitty. I can't see. You're fucking me up, kitty. Oop. Oh, God. Oh, God. How's that, bitch? How's that? Is it taking me out? No, I don't know. Is it taking me out further? It is, which is very bad. Oh, God. Damn it. Whoa. Hi. An asshole. Hi, kitty. You're like kind of blocking me a little bit. I love you, but... I love you, kitty butt. Oh, God. Is it a car? No, it's not a car. The water could take me out, but I don't think I want to. I just want to keep going this way. I can't believe I'm gonna kill people I kill with a sniper rifle this round. And like a few of them were real humans too. One single headshot busted their asses. I'm back out of the storm. What was that? Oh no! Oh, that's some kind of thing. Okay. This would be better than this. This would be better than that. That's better than this. This is better than that. I'm gonna get a win. Second place isn't good enough. God damn it. Oh, you fucking scared me, asshole. Yeah, that's probably better than this. Yeah, that's better than nothing. Icy Feet's good. I want to use it. It's a snowball launcher and a tactical pistol, but yeah, this Hollow Rush SMG is better if it'll kill him. Yeah, keep going. The Icy Feet wore off so quick there was no point. Is the jump rail still there? No, but a car is. Car's good. Car's real good. Blew up my car, you asshole. Oh god. Yeah. Just leave. Oop. You're on with that. Got him. Oh, 178 and oh, I am wrecking face today, people. Yeah, I'm on fire. 7 hits and I'm on fucking fire with this sniper rifle, bitch. I'm on fire. Where are you? I don't see you. I know people are here. Everybody died but me. Okay, you. Yep, you. Go. Yep, use it. Yep, yep. Okay, all reloaded. Oh, what is this? Oh, yep. Oh, where are we? Where are we? I didn't get hurt. I didn't get hurt. Dude, the balloon might be good actually, but I can't get there. I can't get there. Did he have a better rifle than this? Yes, he did. There. Hollow SMG loaded. Nope. I'll take that over that. Yep. And I don't know. Maybe that'd be better actually. I need maybe that, actually. Yeah, this might be a better survival tool than that. I have lots of sniper rounds now. What's this? I see someone right here. What the fuck? That's not too good. Crack him again. I don't know where he is though. I I don't really have an exit or health. So now he's coming directly towards me. There he is. Hit him. Hit him. Got him out of the suit. Got his ass! Got his ass! Oh yeah, fucking beautiful it was. I got the best guy in this fucking game. I want this gun. And the exit. Gotta get ready to exit in case they come. Yep, there it is. Cool. Who's this and where is he? I can't believe this worked. Yes! Fucking yes. So if he comes through, I'm gonna fucking waste his ass. Gotta get, like, better stuff than this. Here he comes. If you come in, I am gonna fucking waste you. Oh, what was that? What was that? It's stressful. 9 down, 7 up. Getting scared. I want to get out of here now. Yeah, that's not too good. So, that's not too good. No, no, no. You won't let me out. Let me do this thing then. Oh. What was that sound? You don't have me sprint? Okay. I can't believe I fucking wrecked that guy that fucking easy. And he had this oversuit too, but I mean, I headshot his ass like 2 or 3 times to shut him out. Oh my god. I'll take that over that, yeah. Excuse me. See if we can get a shot here. Hit him. Here we go. Annoying. I need that jumpsuit, but I don't have one. How am I gonna get out of here? Need more mobility than I have. Gotta get out of here. I hurt that guy, but not enough. Oh, come on, man. You're not gonna let me through it. You aren't. You're a piece of shit developer. Fucking asshole. You won't let me do it? Okay, fine. What is that? Let's see. I heard him. I mean, I've lost track. I don't even really know anymore. Close, but it's not. Show your face, show your face, show your face. Storm's coming. Show your face, show your face, show your face. Storm's coming. Oh god, I don't see him. Now it's 9 down, 2 up. It's heads up. Wish me luck, guys. This is the second time I've been second place. It's a big storm. I'll have to move. That's not too good. I wonder if he's gonna kill me. I don't know. Ooh. Mana right there. Try to find this guy. Ugh. Is he on the balloon? Maybe. I could be on the balloon, but I don't know where he is. Where are you, fucker? Where are you, fucker? So annoying. Smaller triangles. Ah, stop. Where is he? I want that bush. Bush. Okay, I'm in the bush and I'm safe. Oh, got it. Go around for his ass. Where is he? Now I gotta go that direction. I want to go to that bush. There's one of those things there? No, but there's some armor. That might be better than what I have. Where the fuck is he? Where is this guy? Show your face. Damn it. How have you eluded me this long? Oh, is that him? Yeah, maybe he's up there, huh? I don't know what to do. Where are you, fucker? Where are you? Show your face. Show your face. Show your face. Wish me luck, guys. 9 down, 2 up. We're going to go for the 10 and try to take a 10th of the match by myself. Where the fuck is he? Where the fuck is he? He's got to be up there, right? Where else would he be? I don't know where to go. It's going to get tighter and tighter until I can fucking see him. There he is. There he is. Is he on the thing? Is he on this thing? I'm going to lose my headphones at the end of the match, which is so annoying. I think he's right here. He's either here or in the thing. Why am I losing my headphones right now? It's so annoying. Come on, man. Where is this fucking jack off? Where is he? I know I saw him for a second. Where is this guy? Where is he? I can't see him. There he is. There he is. There he is. Now we know where he is. I want him to make a mistake, like show his fucking head. He'll have to go that way. Maybe I can just creep him with this gun and waste him. Let's see. I'm getting tired of letting him get the advantage. Yeah, bitch! Yeah, my headphones went out. Got it, baby. Can't be screaming at 6:45 in the morning. Got it. I'll charge my headphones now. Do something else. I'm gonna do something else. Jesus Christ. Ah, God, I love getting a Fortnite victory. It's so satisfying. Chocolatey goodness, sail me down your wonderfully chocolatey river of win.
In the first place. This video is brought to you by Nebula, the only place where you can watch Mad Kings, my new favorite docuseries that dives deep into the lives of some of the most insane and eccentric leaders of the modern era. So go to nebula.tv/Volksgeist to see that and countless other documentaries and movies from some of the best creators on the internet. More about that later. In the summer of 1984, a baby named James Donald Bowman was born in Middletown, Ohio, a working-class town that sits 30 miles north of Cincinnati. And Middletown is a place that sits in between two worlds. On the one hand, it's a small industrial Midwestern city, a little bit like Indiana or Wisconsin. On the other hand, being close to places like Eastern Kentucky or West Virginia, a lot of people also moved
No, I don't want to do this again.
for jobs in the steel mills that provided better opportunities than they could find back home. JD's own grandparents had originally been from Jackson, Kentucky, a tiny town of 2,000 people that sits deep in the Appalachian Mountains. He was so Appalachian, in fact, that the story goes that his great-great-great-great-great-grandfather's brother was the father of Jim Vance, the man whose alleged murder of Union soldier Asa Harmon McCoy in 1863 first kicked off the deadly 30-year feud between the Hatfield and McCoy families that would later become one of the most culturally defining events in Appalachian history, spreading all around the United States as a larger-than-life national myth. Middletown, being between those two worlds, also meant that it inherited the worst parts of both of them. It was home to dangerous, exhausting Rust Belt jobs that didn't pay enough. It was full of generational trauma, drug abuse, Appalachian social ills. It had all those too, with a child poverty rate of 29% in the 90s, and 1 in 4 children ending up in foster care at the height of the 2000s opioid epidemic. Even worse was that by the 90s, many factories had closed, leaving unemployment and poverty rates much higher than the rest of the state, with the median household income in Middletown falling behind the rest of Ohio by almost $20,000. And so that's where JD grew up, in a city defined in many ways by its long-held...
I can't figure it out. I'm not going to do it.
His family was no exception to that rule. When he was a toddler, his parents separated, with his father walking away from the family forever. And after that, JD's childhood was largely defined by instability and danger. Early on, his mother worked as a nurse, but when JD was a kid, she began abusing the many prescription medications that she had access to at work, and before long, her life fell into a pattern of addiction and dysfunction that began to take a huge toll on her kids. And so after her nursing license was revoked, taking away her access to prescription pills, she turned to heroin. At one point, she crashed her car into a telephone pole. At the same time, she subjected JD to what he would describe as a revolving door of father figures, getting married a total of 5 times, which only further destabilized his childhood. When JD was 12 years old, his mother was arrested, which he tragically remembers as a more positive experience than the stress and fear that he had always dealt with at home until that point. By the time he was in high school, JD was ultimately placed under the permanent care of his grandparents after a particularly violent and traumatizing incident where his mother began speeding on the highway, threatening to beat him from the driver's seat while at the same time saying that she would crash and kill them both. But moving in with his grandparents didn't turn JD's life into a heartwarming family movie. JD's grandmother was a tough woman who had lived a tough life. She had moved to Middletown from Kentucky to look for factory jobs in the late 1940s, when JD's grandpa was 16 and she was just 13. And by that point, she was already pregnant with her first child. She and JD's grandfather, who he would call Mama and Papa, ended up working in factories for their whole adult lives, and they weren't gentle people. Mama owned over a dozen guns and cursed and smoked all day, and would frequently threaten to shoot people who pissed her off.
Now, my mama died shortly before I left for Iraq in 2005. And when we went through her things, we found 19 loaded handguns. They were...
But underneath all of that, JD's grandparents gave him something that he had never had before: dependability. They made sure he went to school. They made sure he did his homework, didn't talk back or disrespect them, didn't do drugs. They might still have the Appalachian generational trauma, the scars of life in Middletown or Kentucky, but they were stable. Most of all, though, was that JD was even encouraged to grow. Being raised by his mom, JD's mental and emotional energy would often be totally consumed by his mother's meltdowns, the screaming matches, the overdoses, the arrests, the car crashes, the feeling of not knowing if he'd survive until the next week. But now, someone cared. Mama pushed him to pay more attention in school. She scraped together money to buy him things like books and graphing calculators. She expected him to work hard and be disciplined and smart. And so before long, JD began to thrive. And in his senior year at Middletown High, JD was the class vice president, and he graduated with honors. Originally, he wanted to even enroll at Ohio State, but it was far too big of a leap at the time. His grades were ultimately lacking, and the cost was prohibitive. He would later say, "I didn't know how to balance a checkbook, much less how to compute the financial aid form in college." And so immediately after graduating, as many kids who come from underprivileged backgrounds and want to escape their dysfunctional life tend to do, JD joined the military, and it would change the course of his life forever. After the 13-week boot camp, he was sent through aptitude tests that ultimately matched him up to be trained as a public affairs Marine. Basically, he would be the guy who manages the Marine's reputation with the general public through press releases, photos, articles, and videos. People who worked within the Marines remember that he liked reading political papers and magazines and websites and arguing about politics with any coworker who would listen. At one point, someone printed out a picture where his face had been photoshopped onto George Bush and hung it around the base, joking that someday JD might be president. And while at first he started out working on the base newspaper at his home base in Cherry Point, North Carolina, by 2005 he was deployed to the Middle East to serve as a combat correspondent, traveling with combat units and photographing what they were doing at the front lines of the war, as both a journalist and an armed soldier at the same time. But when JD Vance arrived in Al-Assad in Iraq, the reality didn't match the story that he'd been sold back home. Later, he would describe a turning point, because when he was assigned to help secure polling stations during a special election, he was struck by how indifferent many Iraqi poll workers seemed. In his retelling, they were more focused on getting their day rate for work than on any grand freedom and democracy mission. Years afterward, he would write that he went to Iraq as a young idealist committed to spreading knowledge, but returned in 2006 skeptical of the war and the ideology behind it. In 2016, he called the Iraq War a terrible mistake pushed by an incompetent president, saying that what he saw there convinced him he'd been lied to. But all the same, by the time he was finished with the military, the biggest effect it had on him was that it taught him how to function. And so upon returning from Iraq in 2006, JD went back to Ohio and enrolled in Ohio State, where he would graduate summa cum laude with a degree in political science and philosophy. The kid who couldn't even get into college at 18 not only ended up the first in his family to have a degree, but ended up graduating at the top of his class. Now he was ready to take on new challenges that never would have been possible before. And so, in the fall of 2010, at the age of 26, JD Vance arrives in New Haven to attend law school at Yale. This isn't Middletown. This isn't a training base in North Carolina. This isn't Al-Assad Air Base in Western Iraq, or God forbid, Columbus, Ohio. This is one of the world's primary centers for academia, research, law, and medicine. This is Yale, where intelligence agencies like the CIA recruit their best and brightest. Which of course reminds me that our brand new sweatshirt, the CIA Journalism Award, is available online right now. I made this design as a depressing yet true reminder of how important it is to always tell the truth and aim towards building a better world, no matter what the price might be. I know it's probably like the most depressing YouTube merch ever made, but in a moment when our country needs the truth and needs to hold itself accountable more than ever, I think it isn't just depressing, but it's deadly serious, if you guys understand what I'm saying. But anyway, as always, these are all made in the US by hand at our local shop. They can be purchased right now at spiritworld.store, or you can scan the QR code or go to the link below. Buying these hugely supports the channel, hugely enables me to keep doing what I do. So again, thanks for the support, I appreciate it. Plus, free shipping on all orders at spiritworld.store. You name it, some of the brightest minds from all over the world go to Yale to learn. This is where future CEOs, politicians, and founders meet, form bonds, and build their network. And suddenly, JD Vance found himself in the middle of all of it. But, you know, the story goes that at first, when JD Vance gets to Yale, he has no idea what's going on. I was joking about Middletown, North Carolina, and Western Iraq, but genuinely, those are basically the only places JD Vance had been in his life when he was 25 years old. He didn't know how to socialize with kids who grew up in penthouses in New York City, and children of professors, Chinese people. He later said, "At Yale Law School, I felt like my spaceship had crashed in Oz. People would say with a straight face that a surgeon mother and an engineer father were middle class. In Middletown, $160,000 is an unfathomable salary. At Yale Law School, students expect to earn that amount in the first year after they graduate." Basically, when he got there, it was probably a culture shock. His mountain didn't understand the most basic rules of upper echelon socializing. In one story he tells, set during a networking event at a fancy restaurant in downtown New Haven, he had to go tell his girlfriend in the bathroom to ask her how to use all of the different fancy spoons that he had never seen before in his life. But the thing about a place like Yale is that even if you show up not knowing which fork to use, you want to be so surrounded by elite, successful, intelligent people that it's going know them, it wouldn't be long before it was noticed that he wasn't just an awkward young guy from Ohio with a complicated past, because it was, in fact, that very Hercules that gave him the unique strength no one else had. So J.D. Vance isn't an outsider for long. Amy Chua, the professor of international business law for the early 2010s tiger mom celebrity, was one of the first people to point out what made him interesting. Not just his intelligence, but the story of his life. The combination of those two things as the ultimate superpower. And so she would push him to treat that life story as an asset, something that people would want to read.
Oh my God.
Something worth turning into a book. At the same time, he finds stability in Usha Chilapuri, an Indian-American law student from San Diego whose parents were highly recognized academics in their fields. She helped him find a social footing in a world that was foreign to him. And within a couple of years, they were engaged. Perhaps most important of all, though, was one specific lecture that J.D. Vance attended in his first year, hosted by Peter Thiel, who 10 years earlier had co-founded PayPal and turned it into one of the biggest online companies of the early 2000s. After selling PayPal for billions, he had gone on to become a country influential investor that many in tech looked up to as a philosopher of science and progress. He had come to Yale to discuss his idea that, in fact, technology and progress were suffering from stagnation, and that both Silicon Valley and the elite law students were all focused on the wrong things. That everyone was looking for high-paying jobs, trying to build new social media apps, whatever it was. The point was that those were both not truly innovative, but they were also not really meaningful to people. Basically, Thiel's speech was, hey, go look for something that genuinely matters and makes you feel fulfilled in reality. And you're also probably not getting either of those from your average law firm job. And that changed J.D. Vance's life. A few years later, you're right, Peter's talk remains the most significant moment of my time. He articulated the feeling that until then had remained unformed, that I was obsessed with achieving not only something meaningful, but to be a social media.
Oh, I walked into the fucking DPS again.
The first prize was a job I hated. And so ultimately, J.D. Vance walks away from Yale Law School a completely different person. He starts out as this poor kid, the son of a drug addict from a steel town in Ohio, going into the military because he doesn't know how to fill out the application for Ohio State, and then he walks away a few years later with a social network worth millions. And so after graduating, J.D. first works as a law clerk in his family's hometown in Kentucky. Then, after a year there, he gets hired at City Austin, the same multinational corporate law firm where Barack and Michelle Obama first met while working as associates for the 80s. But even then, he would stay there for less than 2 years. By 2016, J.D. Vance is in San Francisco.
The team's back.
A company called Circle Therapeutics that specializes in medical therapy. Then, after his year there, he moves to venture capital, working with Mission, a firm known for investing in energy, science, and medicine. The story goes that the more J.D. Vance had achieved, the higher he climbed, from Yale to Big Law to Silicon Valley, the more he still felt isolated from everyone around him. Realistically, he had everything. 2 degrees, an insane resume, fiance from international powerful friends, he was making really crazy money. Basically, J.D. Vance had reached a point beyond what he ever could have imagined growing up in Middletown. His career just kind of stopped here, and he just kept climbing the corporate ladder in law or venture capital. Then this video wouldn't really exist, right? I mean, it'd just be like, okay, for the next 30 years, J.D. Vance hung out in boardrooms, billed hours, and made just enough money to live nicely, but not enough to make any meaningful change in the world. But he felt that disconnect between the things of America like he had become in the other 90% of the country. He later said, I wrote Hillbilly Elegy because I wanted to give people a sense of what it was like to be I didn't think there was a whole lot of stories to be told about white and homeless Americans. And so in 2016, while he's still working in the Capitol, J.D. Vance hops off the corporate treadmill and turns his life story into a book. Hillbilly Elegy, released in the summer of 2016, was part memoir and part social commentary. It was a story about the socioeconomic problems of his hometown, how they affected the trajectory of his life, his family's life, the life of the people he grew up around, and how that played into a lot of the problems America was facing. And it made him a celebrity overnight.
Well, I'm joined live from San Francisco by the author J.D. Vance.
When...
His best-selling memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, depicts what it's like to grow up white and poor in America.
What it's like to grow up like white and poor in... It's something to do...
Taken the country by storm. J.D. Vance drug problems, job loss.
JD's book came at a moment when his personal story was exactly what America wanted to hear. Sure, it was just a memoir about a kid from a broke working-class town who later reached elite circles, but more than that,
he wrote a bestseller book, and I do respect that. A lot of people won't do that, you know.
Was bleeding-edge commentary.
But I will respect a man for his work. I won't respect a man for his actions if they're terrible.
It was a claim of...
Like, I saw that movie and I thought at least some of the points were okay, having lived some of what he was talking about. But it was also so hopeless and so red pill coated and judgmental and weird. And, I mean, that's Appalachia somewhat, but not all the way.
About what went wrong.
I thought The Marvelous World of the Whites was actually a much better rendition of Hillbilly Elegy.
Back home. And what, supposedly...
Like, I think he did see... like Marvelous World of the Whites and just decided to write a book when he saw like how shocking that could be or how gripping it could be. And, you know, that's good timing. That's on him. So it's like, you know, we do see moves of an intelligent man. I just don't know his personality and what he does and who he's with. It makes him one of the cultural elite.
Could be done about it. And it landed at the perfect moment.
I am officially running for president of...
Calm or normal. It was a full-blown media panic over Donald Trump's presidential run. Trump was bulldozing a field of 16 Republican candidates.
Maybe it works for
Way to go, Brigitte.
It doesn't work for anybody on the stage.
I was a businessman. I got along with Clinton. I got along with everybody.
Yeah, but the
I didn't
simple
want
fact
to...
is...
Excuse me. 1 second.
No.
I
The
didn't
simple
want to
fact is,
get
Donald, you cannot take...
more energy tonight. I like that.
Pulling massive crowds and dominating cable news, and yet almost nobody in the professional political world really understood why.
Right. I mean, I think he has some sort of connection with people that they feel is missing with the other candidate.
His mix of right-wing populism, hardline conservatism, and reality TV-style aggression was rejected wholeheartedly by people inside the status quo. People who
Gee, my white trash, trailer trash people are dying. Better go fiscally conserve their money so that they don't have any.
Voters.
It just isn't logic.
But it just so happened that most of those millions seemed to be the exact kind of people that J.D. Vance grew up around for his whole life. As the truth became obvious, it was an uncomfortable one. It was that the people who loved Trump so much were, as Hillary Clinton famously said, a basket of deplorables. And that the only reason Donald Trump was so beloved, so popular, was because he was speaking directly to what
basket of deplorables. Oh.
J.D. Vance could explain why people loved Trump. Because the silent majority of working-class towns were falling apart. Because normal, average people felt betrayed by the system. And because Trump represented a dissatisfaction with the whole situation. Vance understood why people loved Trump. Because they hated everyone else. But at the same time, J.D. Vance would explain exactly why it would never work. He would call Trump America's Hitler, a dictator, a liar.
Trump is a really bad candidate, and frankly, I think a really bad person.
You name it. It was no secret how J.D. Vance felt about Trump's politics. He saw him as a dark reflection of all of the country's worst problems.
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. Look, we told you so. To all these white working class voters, we told you so. We told you that Trump was going to be a terrible candidate. We told you that you were an idiot if you voted for him. The problem is, if you take that attitude as sort of gloating over Trump's defeat, then you're playing into the very thing that gave rise to Trump in the first place, which is a feeling that the elites think that they're smarter than you and just think you're a bunch of idiots.
Maybe J.D. Vance even was a conservative, but he was a principled educator. He recognized that America had real problems that needed to be fixed with conservatism. But he also made it clear that the MAGA conservative movement was never going to be the correct solution.
I think it's totally fair to say that the policy elites of the Democratic Party haven't been totally concerned about the white working class. But at the same time, fundamentally what's going on and what Donald Trump has done is change the focus of the white working class from a sort of engaged and constructive politics to a politics of pointing the finger.
Cable shows start bringing Vance on as the thoughtful hillbilly whisperer. The Yale-educated Marine who could sit in a studio and calmly explain why the forgotten white class is lining up and to die that the rest of the system considers to be a clown. At one point, he even wrote an article in the New York Times called Barack Obama in the Mood, where he talks about looking up to Barack Obama as a personal role model for most of his adult life. He later said, "Eventually I achieved something roughly similar to the president's early personal accomplishments. Law degree, a strong professional career, and a motive." later. There were many personal heroes in my life, aunts and uncles, sisters, a father who re-entered my life at the right time. But I benefited too from the example of a man who with life showed that we need not to be defeated, but in the midst of hardships. He wrote, "It is one of the great failures of the Republican Party that they were too often unable to disconnect legitimate political disagreements from the fact that the president himself is an admirable man." I think you guys get the picture.
Oh.
I don't know how else I could make it clear whose side J.D. Vance was on. I mean, for years he was seen at course he was the guy in this discussion. In 2017, he sells the film rights for Hillbilly Elegy with a film adaptation coming in 2020 that ended up receiving 2 Academy Award nominations. And so J.D. Vance had made it all the way to the top of the liberal prestige pyramid. He's a best-selling New York Times author. He has a movie about his life. He was on every news network all the time, just commenting on the state of politics, giving his, his measured takes on the state of the country. And so in 2018, J.D. Vance and his family bought a $1.5 million mansion in a wealthy neighborhood of Cincinnati. This kid who grew up with no money, always worrying about how to make it from day to day, he now had more than enough to last a lifetime. But he moved back home for a reason. He later said, "I believe that the way our society is currently structured, with a lot of people who are very successful and well-educated, siloing themselves off in these close enclaves, would be bad for the country and bad for the people." Like with everything else he did at the time, he wrote an article covering his thoughts. He said, "The unbelievable wealth and the way that it shields people from the problems of the world, it's very easy to ignore the fact that there are a lot of people who are struggling." In his words, he's moving back to focus on what he's really truly about, making his home a better place. More than that, though, it did obviously seem like the perfect setup for launching a career in politics. J.D. Vance was independently wealthy, he had moved back to his home state, and he had a coherent platform and reputation to run on.
Fucking ripped him.
The version of J.D.
I would have got him.
arrived back in Ohio would overnight become an almost completely, fundamentally different person than he had ever been before.
I think this is fun. I like just playing Overwatch. I don't care.
J.D. Vance runs an advertisement titled, "Are You a Racist?" And in it, he says,
"Are you a racist? Do you hate Mexicans?"
He launches into an ad supporting Trump's proposal, talking about Mexicans bringing fentanyl across the border, blah, blah, blah. It was official. J.D. Vance was running for Senate, but he was doing it as Trump's guy. Vance's campaign for Senate was out and out MAGA. He rails against Joe Biden's immigration policies. He talks about getting rid of illegal immigration. He goes on and on about a zero-tolerance abortion policy. He advocates for firing bureaucrats and replacing them with loyalists. My point is that when J.D. Vance was running for Senate, he said just about anything he possibly could to win the MAGA vote. He even goes on television apologizing outright for everything he's ever said in the past. He's on Fox News saying, "I regret being wrong. I think Trump is a great president. I'm sorry for what I said."
Well, first of all, Mark, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because
fucking traps in the back trying to stop me.
Dishonest fabrications of his record, but most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people.
At rallies,
Did he?
The simple fact is,
What did he deliver?
In my lifetime, he revealed the corruption in this country like no one
Pure.
else. Although ultimately, beyond the TV appearances and podcast interviews, what Vance needed above everything else was Donald Trump's forgiveness. But then, just a few months after the election, Trump announces that he had begged the Ohio candidate to endorse. And it was J.D. Vance. In November, Vance wins by a thin margin, defeating Democrat Tim Ryan to become the junior senator from Ohio at the age of 38, the youngest person to be elected to that office in over 100 years. And he did it on the MAGA platform he had spent the last 6 or 7 years railing against in public. But then he doesn't stop there, because before his first term in the Senate is over, less than 2 years into Vance's career as a politician, Trump picks him as his running mate on the campaign to get back into the presidency. And so at the age of 40 years and 100 days, J.D. Vance becomes the second youngest vice president to ever enter office. And he does it without ever really having had a career as a politician in the first place. But that's actually kind of crazy. He has this inspiring rags to riches story, but when you actually look at his resume,
yes.
his political record, let's just call it all right? Let's put it nicely and say his political record is skinny. This is a guy who just becomes the vice president without really ever having had a career in politics to begin with. He just walks into the White House with no experience. In fact, he has negative experience. Right before J.D. Vance runs for Senate, he was railing against the political movement that he suddenly just gets picked to lead a couple of years later. But I don't really think it's that simple, okay? You can call J.D. Vance a grifter, a liar, a typical politician, but I don't think that's what was working. There were grifters all over the place. I mean, 8 years ago, the entire Republican Party hated Donald Trump. Of course, though, they all fall in line once they realize that's the way the party's going. But again, I just don't think that's what's going on. According to J.D. Vance, when he's on TV doing his apology tour,
oh, they lost? Oh, they are kind of losing, yeah. No, Deanna. No, Deanna. Oh, you fucking dick.
Sure, why not?
Oh, at least I avenged you.
Why not change your mind based on truth facts?
Oh my god, I died as instantly as I got there.
One more guy selling out for Trump's approval, the video would be over. We'd all roll our eyes and just chalk it up.
So annoying. Oh, he tired him at the end. Oh my god.
A vague disappointment. But that doesn't actually explain what happened. That doesn't explain how a guy with no political record, who spends years calling Donald Trump a disaster, suddenly has an ocean of money, media, and institutional support snap into place the second he decides he wants to be power. That kind of support doesn't appear out of nowhere, especially not for a random president senator who used to be on the other side. That's the sort of support that comes when people with a lot of money and a very specific agenda have been quietly
These guys are like, skill issue.
So if we really want to understand how J.D. Vance ends up just a heartbeat away from the presidency, it's not about him being a hypocrite or selling out or whatever. In reality, we have to look all the way back to the beginning and uncover a much more complicated truth about the people who have already been pushing him since before the outside world knew.
You can see what I play. Brig, Moira, Mercy, Lucio.
Even existed to begin with.
Brig,
a system was being
Moira,
put in place to make
well,
sure
Moira,
that
Brig,
J.D. Vance
Lucio,
would eventually end up
Mercy.
exactly where he now stands today. Let's start with a story that J.D. Vance shows up at Yale Law School as a confused hillbilly who didn't understand well, it's just not true. That's what he writes in his book.
Confused hillbilly. Let's hear it again. It was kind of funny. No, what'd you do? No.
Why did Nick Reiner allegedly take the
Why did
lives
you
of his
skip me
parents,
way the
Rob and
fuck back
Michelle
there?
Reiner,
I want you
on Sunday,
to
December
skip this
14th
now.
in their Brentwood,
I want you to skip this
California
now. I want you to
Rob,
skip this
78,
now.
and Michelle,
I want you to stop
68,
this.
were both
I want you to
allegedly-
stop this now. And I want you to skip it. Yeah, I want you to actually play this thing when I click on it. Oh, some kind of button sticking or something? No, it's like this keyboard is fucking up. Wow, I'm still in, huh? What shall I be? I'll be a Mercy. Oh, I don't know. In this one, no. I'll probably actually be a Lucio, actually. Why won't you skip this? Yeah, fucking skip it.
I want you to picture the
God
most
damn it.
American story 40 years and 100 thing. I regret being wrong. I think Trump was a great, completely, fundamentally different person than we had ever been before. And sure enough, just a couple of years later, in April of 2022, J.D. Vance runs an advertisement titled, "Are You a Racist?" And in it, he says,
"Are you a racist? Do you hate Mexicans?"
He launches into an ad supporting Trump's border wall, talking about the Mexicans bringing fentanyl across the border, blah, blah, blah. It was questionable. J.D. Vance was running for Senate, but he was doing it as Trump's guy. Vance's campaign percent was out and out. He rails against Joe Biden's immigration policies. He talks about getting rid of illegal immigration. He goes on and on about a zero-tolerance abortion policy. He advocates for firing bureaucrats and replacing them with Trump loyalists. My point is that when J.D. Vance was running for Senate, he said just about anything he possibly could to win the MAGA vote. He goes on television apologizing outright.
Fuck around in the back line and fuck them up. Yeah, we're like running through their back line. It fucks them up so bad. Fuck you. I like this game. It's always been so fun.
For everything he's ever said in the past. He's on Fox News saying, I regret being wrong. I think Trump was a great president. I'm sorry for what I said.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered to the American people.
At rallies, he says, the simple fact is, he's the best president of my lifetime. He revealed the corruption in this
The American Hitler? Yeah. I love how you talk out both sides of your right-wing mouth.
What Vance needed above everything else was Donald Trump's forgiveness. But then, just a few months after the election, Trump announces that he had picked the Ohio candidate he wanted to endorse. And it was J.D. Vance. In November, Vance wins by a thin margin, defeating Democrat Tim Ryan to become the senior senator of Ohio at the age of 38, the youngest person to be elected to that office in over 100 years. And he did it on the MAGA platform he had spent the last 6 or 7 years railing against the public. But then he doesn't stop there. Because before his first term in the Senate was over, less than 2 years into Vance's career as a politician, Trump picks him as his running mate on the campaign to get back into the presidency. And so at the age of 40 years and 100 days, J.D. Vance becomes the second youngest vice president to ever enter office. And he does it without ever really having had a career as a politician in the first place. But that's actually kind of crazy. He has this inspiring rags to riches story, but when you actually look at his resume, the rise to power is overly simple. His political record, let's just call it fake. All right, let's put it nicely and say his political record is skinny. This is a guy who just becomes the vice president without really ever having had a career in politics to begin with. He just walks into the White House with no experience. In fact, he has negative experience. Right before J.D. Vance runs for Senate, he was railing against the political movement that he suddenly just gets picked to lead a couple years later. But I don't really think it's that simple, okay? You can call J.D. Vance a grifter or a liar, a typical politician, but I don't think that's what was working. There are grifters all over politics. I mean, 8 years ago, the entire Republican Party hated Donald Trump. Of course, though, they all fall in line once they realize that's the way the party's going. But again, I just don't think that's what's going on. According to J.D. Vance, who's on TV doing his psychology work, he realized that Donald Trump had been right all along, and that he was wrong. He had been misled by the media. And actually, sure, why not? Why not refine your own sympathy? Why not change your mind to facts and evidence?
Fucking turret kill me, son of a
If
bitch.
this were just the story of one more guy selling out for Trump's approval, the video would be over. We could all roll our eyes and just chalk it up.
My tag halted them. These poor guys, they're probably so mad.
But that doesn't actually explain what happened. That doesn't explain how a guy with no political record, who spends years calling Donald Trump a disaster, suddenly has an ocean of money, media, and institutional support snapped into place the second he decides he wants to take power. That kind of support doesn't appear out of thin air, especially not.
They let him have it? Why not get him points?
Used to be on the other
You're
side.
dumb. You should have died on
That's the sort of
point.
support that comes when people with a lot of money and a very specific agenda have been quietly investing in years.
He jumped out.
If you really want to understand how J.D. Vance ended up just a heartbeat away from the presidency, it's not about him being a hypocrite or selling out or whatever. In reality, we have to look all the way back to the beginning and uncover a much more complicated truth about the people who have already been pushing him since before the outside world knew J.D. Vance at all. Because years before the MAGA movement even existed to begin with, a system was being put in place to make sure that J.D. Vance would eventually end up exactly where he now stands today. Let's start with a story that J.D. Vance shows up at Yale Law School as a complete hillbilly who didn't understand sparkling water. Well, it's just not true. That's what he likes to do in Yale. That's what he says to the media over and over and over. But it is not a true story. It starts with David Frum. In the early 2000s, Frum worked for years as a speechwriter in George W. Bush's White House. He's the one who came up with the famous Axis of Evil quote during the election.
What was that?
After that, he works at various think tanks. He writes about politics for magazines and papers.
What was this?
In 2009, he founded a new political blog all his own called the Frum Forum, with the aim of creating
Oh, at least we got kills though.
voices that appeals to younger readers who are often repelled by mainstream conservatism. On there, he pays a bunch of young conservative readers to submit articles. And one person out of the many who read articles from Forum around 2010-2011 was a 25-year-old J.D. Vance, who was at the time studying at Ohio State after getting out of the Marines. Now, why is that? Well, back in the day, David Frum was starting. He later writes, I tried to imagine a reformed Republican Party, more economically inclusive, more modern, more environmentally aware. The project proved unsuccessul, to put it mildly. But while that project did still have juice, he quickly became a mentor for Vance. He had him as a guest at his home in D.C. for dinner parties. He helped him outline and plan a book he wanted to write about his childhood in Ohio. In one article he wrote about his relationship with Vance a couple years ago, he writes out what the plan was all along. Before the 2016 election,
That class looks really fun.
Straightforward. He would await the expected Trump defeat, then emerge as a next-generation Republican savior, a candidate who could speak from his origins in Appalachia to the suburbs of Columbus, all while preserving his connections to his donors in Silicon Valley. And so ultimately, even before J.D. Vance gets to Yale, it's already being planned by elite conservative figures that he's on the track to becoming a political leader.
I can tank in 2 minutes, but no, I want
When he got
heals.
to New Haven, he was in reality having dinner at George W. Bush's speechwriter's house. Funny enough, one of the main reasons that David Frum seems to hate J.D. Vance now and continues to write articles about him to this day is because Frum is a massive Zionist and Vance seems to have flirted a little too much with critics of Israel. Well, anyway, too, he writes, his abilities I never underestimated. What he was willing to do for political advancement, I did. The anti-populist conservative Vance persona of 2010 to 2017 was well designed to please the individuals and constituencies that held power over his future at that time. The angry white male persona of 2017 onward was as perfectly aimed at the Teal-Trump-Tucker nexus as the earlier iteration had been to the Aspen-Atlantic one. While David Frum may have given J.D. Vance his start in political blogging, and he may even have been grooming him to be a political superpower later on, and his recommendation may even be the reason why J.D. Vance got into Yale to begin with J.D. Vance being a student at Ohio State, and David Frum being a high-level political speechwriter who went to Yale, he wasn't the only person who would realize that
Listen to my
J.D.
lap.
Vance's
You can.
Ohio origin story was the ultimate political superpower. Because he's definitely not the reason why J.D. Vance ends up in the White House. Because, in fact, there was also a much bigger fish behind Vance's shoulder for a long time. So here's what happened. In 2011, J.D. Vance goes to billionaire entrepreneur Peter Thiel's guest lecture at Yale, and it makes him realize there's more to life than law school. Blah, blah, blah. We know the story, okay? He later says that he loved the lecture so much that he emails Thiel after, who sets up a meeting, and then they begin this long-running mentor-mentee friendship. And so here's the part that's really crazy. Hillbilly Elegy was never just a memoir that launched J.D. Vance's public career. It was always meant to make him a politician. From the start, it was a plan by Peter Thiel to help Vance cultivate influence and build up towards power, because Peter Thiel would pull every lever he had available to make this book possible. Because as we saw,
Oh, it's like a
the idea
right
wasn't
wing.
originally to make J.D. Vance the MAGA guy. Originally, he was supposed to be the anti-Trump, the guy who comes after Hillary and explains to every little unwashed, blue-collar, undesirable why Trump was bad.
Like me.
Most people
Or
genuinely thought
Hassan.
that in 2015, Trump was a freak event, a bubble that would burst, and that there was no way that he would build a real movement and actually lose to Hillary Clinton. Even on the morning of the election day that year, the odds were like 9-1 that Trump was not going to be the president. That's what everyone believed. And so the reception of Hillbilly Elegy was a setup. It was meant to make
I like tripped on that guy.
Anti-Trump
Fell.
conservative who could step in and pick up the pieces after the Trump movement burns out. He was David Frontman, Peter Thiel, and everyone else's plan to gain power after Trump disappears. And Peter Thiel pays for all of this to happen. Step one worked really well. J.D. Vance becomes this little CNN celebrity, and his book is everywhere. But then Trump wins. The strategy collapses. It becomes pretty clear pretty quickly that the principled anti-Trump conservative has no future in politics. The world moves on, and J.D. Vance ends up trapped in the worst position he could possibly be in, having built a brand on bashing Trump. Like, you're trying to set up for a career in politics, and you accidentally end up criticizing the guy who becomes God Emperor of the universe. Without Trump, he would have no more donors, no future, and no movement. Because when J.D. Vance moves back to Cincinnati in 2018, he immediately founds 3 new organizations, and Peter Thiel gets involved with all of them. In 2019, J.D. Vance opens a company called Rockbridge that he describes as a political...
Nice, that wasn't bad. That was like 3 minutes.
Bringing investors together to fund projects that disrupt the status quo. In plain terms, it's a company with the goal of funding, shaping, and controlling the conservative ecosystem in America. It's not a political action committee. It's not a nonprofit. They are literally going to fund conservative narratives online. Their investors were tech billionaires like Peter Thiel, the Winklevoss twins, Rebecca Mercer, and more, with membership to the group costing up to $1 million per person, with over 200 members as of 2025. Their purpose was pretty clear. They weren't building a fund to give J.D. Vance a Senate candidacy. They were creating a system that could control and influence an entire generation of conservatism. In 2019, he also forms Narya Capital in Cincinnati, a venture capital firm of his own that he used to raise over $93 million primarily from Peter Thiel and his funds, that then gets invested in a variety of companies, one of which was Rumble, the video platform that over time has become popular with conservative content creators. They've also invested in the Tucker Carlson network, among others. Basically, J.D. Vance, before running for Senate and after getting back to Ohio, spent a bunch of money investing in and taking control of the conservative online entertainment ecosystem. Then, when he announces that he's going to run for Senate in 2021, Peter Thiel gives J.D. Vance
Hi, Kitty. You really are like getting up in my face, Kitty. Oh my God.
To a single Senate candidate.
Hello. I've a cat on me.
Online and on TV for J.D. Vance's campaign.
J.D. Vance is sending a message.
The elites plunder this country and then blame us for it in the process. And when those Americans dare to complain about the conditions of their own country, if they dare to complain about the southern border or about jobs getting shipped overseas, what do they get called? They get called racist. They get called idiots. They need somebody who's willing to speak for them, who's willing to fight for them.
You really, I think, understand what's gone wrong with the country.
Protect Ohio Values is responsible for the content of this advertising.
The story goes that Peter Thiel even then goes on to organize a meetup between Trump, someone he's donated millions of dollars to, and J.D. Vance, whose career he created, at Mar-a-Lago to introduce J.D. Vance as a new MAGA loyalist and earn the endorsement that his Senate campaign would have been dead without. And so what we're looking at is proof that not only is the entire origin story of J.D. Vance's career manufactured, but that the entire trajectory of his adult life is paid for and planned by someone else. A tech company. Without Peter Thiel, J.D. Vance may never have made it past Sidney Austin.
Oh my God.
Sitting in the boardroom right now, taking meetings for mergers and acquisitions in downtown Chicago, collecting a modest $550,000 salary, living in a restored single-family home on the north side, raising his kids. And the important part is that Peter Thiel, over the course of 10 years, pushed J.D. Vance's life in a totally different direction. But why? I mean, Peter Thiel isn't even one of the big tech billionaires. By all accounts, he's a minor player in the world of money and influence. He doesn't own his own social media platform. He's not worth $200, $100, or even $50 billion. He doesn't own any private islands. I mean, his company's worth $1 trillion. What I'm saying is, he's no Larry Ellison or Steve Austin, right? But what Peter Thiel does is a plan for the future of a plan that he's been building for over 20 years. And that plan is totally rooted in the fact that Peter Thiel hates Americans. Here's the run. Look, you want to catch the full story, I have an hour-and-a-half long biography. I'll link it below. But essentially, in the late 90s, Peter Thiel co-founds Bain and becomes one of the only companies to emerge on top of that level after it sells on eBay for $2 billion in 2001. But Peter Thiel doesn't go to start more companies and make himself a celebrity entrepreneur or whatever, because he himself was never a technocrat. Peter Thiel had gotten degrees in philosophy and politics. He went to law school. His whole thing was that he was a libertarian futurist. He was big on low taxes, free speech, capitalism, small government, and most importantly, technology. But anyway, after PayPal shows up and sells it, he has enough money to do whatever he wants. Peter Thiel goes and started investing in tech companies whose ideas match his in one way or another. He invested in Uber, Airbnb, SpaceX. Basically, he helped build these companies that were taking away services that were usually part of a bigger legacy industry or even the government and putting it in the hands of less regulated tech companies. His whole thing was he wanted to foster global technological progress through the internet and away from government regulation. Over time, this makes him even richer and even more famous as the world of tech starts to see him as a philosophical investor. But along the way, Peter Thiel's ideas start to change. Stuff like 9/11 and the Great Recession in 2008. He slowly begins to convince himself that the American system is failing, that tech progress is stagnating, that the government is a messy, broken system that will never get out of his way so that he can move the world forward. And the problem, in his mind, ultimately became democracy. But I must confess that over the last 2 decades, I have changed radically on the question of how to achieve these goals. Most importantly, I no longer believe that freedom and democracy are compatible. And so Peter Thiel arrives at the conclusion that democracy is never going to work, mostly because people like him are going to be held back by welfare recipients or whoever who are more concerned with voting to improve their pathetic immediate surroundings versus putting efforts towards the greater good of the race, which of course he thinks he could achieve if only there were less taxes and rules and capitalism. Peter Thiel wasn't alone. In the late 2000s, there were guys like Curtis Yarvin and Nick Land who started to blur the line between tech and philosophy. The idea that liberal democracy has totally failed and needs to be replaced with a neo-feudal corporate monarchy, with countries run by national CEOs with limited power and no accountability to voters. By 2021, J.D. Vance starts quoting openly. On a podcast that year, he repeats Yarvin's rage plan verbatim: fire government workers, replace them with Trump loyalists, and turn America into a country with no political accountability, a corporate takeover-style approach to the government. No checks and balances, just throwing democracy aside like it's a roadblock. Like, honestly, I'm not even connecting the dots here like it's a conspiracy. J.D. Vance is an explicit follower of Curtis Yarvin and Peter Thiel's anti-democratic, anti-American, pro-capitalism ideas.
I mean, I think that there are two different ideas, right? So one is like, you know, there's this guy Curtis Yarvin who's written about some of these things. And so one is to basically accept that this entire thing.
Curtis Yarvin and Nick Land also have massive racist, while Peter Thiel himself grew up in a Nazi enclave in South Africa, where people were still saluting the pictures of Hitler in public in the early 90s. But essentially, Peter Thiel's thing is technological progress. He talks about wanting to cure diseases, colonize new planets, invent new currencies, and whatever else. But in his mind, the only way to do that is to destroy the American way of life and replace it with a world where he would be king. It starts to become a deceptively evil idea. Because I think we can all agree that Peter Thiel has a point. Let's be serious, okay? The idea that the information age has been a disappointment, it's pretty real. As a society, we don't invest in new systems that are really we make platforms that get people addicted to slot and drain our own society. Our education and healthcare systems are clearly broken. Literacy is down. Our system is clearly not sustainable in a lot of ways. And so if someone comes along and says, hey, we need to actually focus more on improving things and making forward progress, I'm all ears. Of course, the only problem with this vision of the world is that it's retarded. I mean, seriously, the idea of having unrestricted, unlimited, extreme level of power over the government to a bunch of tech CEOs is ridiculous. It is beyond silly. We have seen over and over exactly what happens when capitalism doesn't get restricted or regulated fast enough to be a disaster. After American corporations started sending manufacturing overseas for better profit margins, the country lost over 60,000 factories. Once thriving, growing, working class cities like Detroit, Cleveland, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, even New Haven, J.D. Vance's college town. These places were slowly destroyed. New Haven itself lost 25% of its population over time. When its massive Winchester rifle factory, where many of the rifles that were used by various armies in World War I and II were built, closed in 2006, thousands of New Haven residents were left without jobs. And that is a very mild example of what happened all over America as factories were closed and labor was outsourced overseas. It has been horrible for America. I mean, there are cities that have lost 30, 50, even 70% of their population since the 1960s. I mean, we know this stuff, right? This is pretty basic. One of the most widely known downsides of capitalism is that it doesn't care what it breaks. It's the most robust economic system in the history of the world, and it has brought about unmatched progress, but it's so efficient that it will kill the same people who make its existence possible if you don't control it. But the idea that you would want to hand over massive unchecked amounts of power to the same class of people who operate on a profit incentive, the idea that we'd be better off with a CEO king, the idea that needs to stand up and take over to make sure we keep moving forward, I think it's important to remember that progress doesn't always mean progress for everyone. So yeah, Peter Thiel, his Dark Enlightenment friends, they have this plan to put not just tech, but everything into the hands of the same people for whom humanity itself has historically been an afterthought. I just don't hear that and think, great idea. But I think ultimately, it seems like Peter Thiel's thing was never really progress, liberty, or freedom. It has always been power and control. The tech and progress is just how he frames his method of accruing more control. It's his route to power. He is someone who sees the world through this lens of violence, power, and domination. Tech is how he gets there. But the good news is that Peter Thiel is just a kind of sociopathic freak who screams all this stuff into the void, right? I mean, tech founders, tech bros, they always have crazy ideas. So who really cares if Peter Thiel goes a little too far in addressing these concerns? Well, the problem is that when I said that Peter Thiel doesn't go found new companies after PayPal, that wasn't right. There is one. Founded in 2004, called it Palantir, named after the magic stone crystal ball that brings that can see the past. That, while very useful, is simultaneously susceptible to corruption and evil. And the mission is to rebuild the American surveillance system. You see, in the wake of 9/11, it was revealed that essentially the guys who carried out the attack were known to various American intelligence agencies, but there were dots that hadn't been connected in the back end. That ultimately stopped the attack from being prevented. That's the official story. At the same time, the Patriot Act was passed. Basically, what happened after 9/11 is that the sanctity of privacy for American citizens continues to get more and more eroded in the name of security. And so Peter Thiel looks at what's going on and says, hey, a lot of those anti-fraud tools that we built at PayPal, capture bad transactions, scammers, we may be able to repurpose those for preventing more crimes by watching people. And so over the next couple of years, Peter Thiel builds this mysterious Palantir platform where no one knows what it is and no one knows what they do. The only thing that people know is that they have contacts with the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, IDF, everything, the military, and local police departments all over the Americas and Europe. Over time, it becomes a little more clear.
Fucking Reaper's just running through us. What the fuck?
Militaries make spying and warfare more effective. It's a nervous system. It's a brain for the surveillance. It makes Edward Snowden NSA look like a fucking angel. But the point of all of this that I'm telling you right now is that the natural conclusion of Peter Thiel's lifelong obsession with freedom was never really about freedom. He was never a libertarian. It was about his freedom, his liberty, his money, his entertainment. In the end, Peter Thiel has done nothing but make the very same problems that he spent his whole life arguing over worse. In seeking out his vision of freedom, he built machines that take it away for everyone else. And so ultimately, what we're seeing here is that Peter Thiel's vision of the world isn't a futuristic thought experiment. It's really the oldest idea on Earth. Power comes from violence. Now, thanks to his relationship with the advanced anti-IO movement, he sells it as a way to save humanity. But in reality, it's ultimately nothing that has happened to enrich himself by any means possible, no matter what it costs for the rest of us. But with that being said, why would the Republican Party be the vehicle that Peter Thiel uses to invest in? Why would J.D. Vance be his guy? Well, it's because he's the perfect hypocrite to make Peter Thiel's ideas look normal. In 2015, Peter Thiel gets really into Donald Trump. You have to remember what the reaction to Trump was early on. Intellectuals hated him, academics hated him. He was seen as this big nasty oaf who didn't respect the idea of the presidency, and a lot of the political gatekeepers at the time didn't really even get why he was so popular. He was even loved by every other Republican. Back when Trump first came on the scene, a good portion of his own party was totally against him.
You know, I have to say, seeing him go deeper and deeper to the gutter, it's not easy to tick me off. But you mess with my wife, you mess with my kids, that'll do it every time. Donald, you're a sniveling coward. Leave Heidi the hell alone.
I think one of the countries that hated him the most was in 2015, 2016, Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk, they're all railing against Trump as being dangerous for America, being hateful.
Fearful voices calling for building walls and for slowing immigration. And instead of dividing people, we can help bring people together.
They were loudly outwardly against the MAGA movement. And so Peter Thiel, in that moment, stood completely alone as the only villain.
No.
He was nihilistic.
Oh my God. Damn it. Oops.
To get him back. Why? What was he seeing that no one else did? Well, like we talked about, Peter Thiel's whole thing for 20 years has been taking away people's freedoms, so he gets more freedom to get richer and more powerful. He has made $500 billion off a CIA-backed surveillance company that builds databases so the government can spy on citizens more easily. So in the process of getting more power, well, he needs to go around the government. That's what he has said many times. He needs to go around the government, get more influence and control, because democracy will never allow it to happen. So he needs another Trojan horse that can infiltrate the system further. And so MAGA is the vehicle that Peter Thiel chose to get him there. Peter Thiel is a gay guy who's married to another gay guy and has a bunch of kids with him. He is not a MAGA culture warrior, okay? That's not what we're dealing with here. MAGA is the vehicle that he's going to use to get his own personal goals. His support of J.D. Vance and Trump and all of that has absolutely nothing to do with him as a person. It has everything to do with his search for power and control. The problem, though, is that Peter Thiel's politics will never really be public. They will never be successful at face value in democratic society, and he knows that. You can't just say, let's let billionaires run everything. That isn't the platform. So what you can do is make so much chaos that it becomes possible to do whatever you want in the background. And I think that we're looking at a lot of recent political trends. Politics seems permanently focused on human rights, trans panic, woke infighting. These opposing factions getting revenge on each other for the war battles. All this stuff that's openly meaningless, it has no end, no beginning. It's vague, directionless. It's just a permanent cultural war where we don't even remember why we're fighting. At one point, J.D. Vance had been caught lying about Asian immigrants in Ohio, cats and killing children, but then he made the story up completely while trying to play it off like he was doing it for some non-existent greater good. And it feels like we're so caught in this that we pay no attention to the slow destruction of the most fundamental aspects of American society. Labor is being
2 in a row, baby.
Growing uncontrollably. The stock market is unsustainable. Housing is out of control. Meanwhile, billionaires and corporations become more influential than ever before. The power of surveillance, corrosive influence of social media platforms, it feels like the fabric of our society, our way of life, is being torn to shreds while we sit around arguing about far less consequential issues. Not only does Peter Thiel have Big Brother from 1984 at his fingertips, but he bought the vice president of the country, and no one says anything. And I think that's because they've successfully created a widespread demand for the systems that Peter Thiel will use to control society. People have been manipulated to be so anxious and angry and afraid that they're cheering for the very things that will take away their freedom in the long run. So that's why MAGA works for Peter Thiel. That's why J.D. Vance is his guy. The movement is so heated and charged up that it becomes this huge theatrical cover while he and people like him work to dismantle the roadblocks that stop them from accruing unlimited power. I mean, Peter Thiel is a fucking CIA contractor. Not even a contractor. He is more powerful than the CIA. His company is a network that sits on top of everything that every Western intelligence agency knows and does. And speaking of the CIA, I made this shirt I'm wearing right now as a symbol of telling the truth no matter what and rejecting the idea that it's anti-American to criticize our country. In a moment where there are literally foreign spy-backed people trying to accumulate power under the guise of being a conservative
He's right.
or whatever, It's our job more than ever to connect the dots and understand what's really going on. So yeah, you can go to spiritworld.store, scan the QR code, or click the link in the description right now to cop your Award for Excellence in Journalism today.
I can plug my headphones in.
Real life while you're at it. When JD Vance talks about liberty, he doesn't mean your freedom to live without being tracked, profiled, and squeezed. He means his friends' freedom to build giant surveillance companies, defense tech startups, dark money networks, operating beyond any meaningful public oversight. Freedom becomes the right for billionaires and their companies to treat the country like a lab. Liberty becomes the right to push through whatever policies are good for their portfolios, no matter how many people get chewed up in the process. I'm not here to say that some of MAGA's concerns aren't valid. I'm not an establishment Democrat who wants to go have tea and crumpets and laugh about the languishing lower class, but it is the simple truth that the current Republican
fucking
is
backflip,
in many ways
bitch.
being quietly used as a tool for billionaire oligarchs to increase their influence and fortunes, enabled by and at the expense of a group of people who they've convinced to be in a battle with an imaginary enemy. I'm not even saying that this is all some Peter Thiel
I hit my head immediately.
He doesn't own it. What I'm saying is that him and people like him are massively benefiting from the fact that MAGA is becoming a movement that manufactures consent for life to get worse, for less liberty and freedom, for a lower quality of life for 99.9% of people. It is ultimately a desecration of humanity. And that's why JD Vance, who we've probably almost forgotten about by now, is the ultimate figurehead for the future of Peter Thiel's vision. All of these guys are freaks. Peter Thiel grows up in a Nazi outpost in a desert in Africa. He transfuses little boys' blood in his veins. He throws his boyfriends off balconies after they disagree with him. He's not going to be president. It's definitely not going to be Larry Ellison. He'd rather stay on the massive private island he owns in the middle of the ocean and vacation in Israel. It's not going to be Jeff Bezos. He's busy bogging out his wife or something. But JD Vance is spotless. He has the perfect backstory for any political platform. He's one of us, always was and always will be. But in reality, the facade is wearing pretty thin. JD Vance isn't a billionaire, he's just friends with all of them. He's not an elite, he just happened to go to Yale Law School. He's for the people. He just happens to have his entire career paid for by someone who wants to replace democracy with kingship. And
Something I've noticed is there's just only ever one NPC in the
besides
car.
JD Vance himself? Well, ultimately, that's the problem. Outside of pointing out the inconsistencies and inauthenticities that surround him, there really is no story of JD Vance. He's so tied to his donors and their ideas that outside of their plans for America, their bad intentions, their evil perspectives and self-serving ideologies, there's not that much else to say about him as a person. And so I think in a way, he just kind of ends up becoming this dark manifestation of everything that we fear about the world of politics. JD Vance has gone so far into playing the character that he claims to be that in the end, he just puts the theater, the corruption, and the greed on full display. It goes deeper than him being a never Trumper for years, and then later coming around once he wanted to be a politician. I mean, look, that is, as far as things go, kind of acceptable. It's not even to mention all the ways that his personal life has come between his political hypocrisy. JD Vance is married to an Indian American woman whose parents are immigrants. Their kids are mixed race. They gave them Indian names. He's part of her Indian family, and his wife is a devout Hindu. But now that the Republican Party has begun drifting towards outright racism, xenophobia, Christian nationalism, he started talking about wishing that she was a Christian. Meanwhile, he goes on stage, he says that we need less immigrants, we need to get rid of legal immigration. He says that women should focus on family instead of careers. Meanwhile, his wife has a high-powered career in law. I mean, he's a total cosplayer, he's a LARPer. Even his religious faith has become a subject of hypocrisy. After being an atheist for his entire adult life, he converted to Catholicism in 2019. But since then, he's proceeded to do nothing but use Catholic teachings as a weapon for his political platform. It got to the point where both sitting popes during his political career, Francis and Leo, have gone out and all but outwardly disavowed what JD Vance was saying about Catholicism. It's everything about the guy. He spent his whole adult life in the upper echelon of society. The stories about him not knowing how to use a fork at some dinner at Yale, they're fucking ridiculous. His mentor, his best friend, is a CIA contractor that owns the world's largest private surveillance agency. He's not this guy from Kentucky. He's of the elite, he's for the elite, and he's been groomed by a guy who made billions of dollars building products for the CIA to spy on Americans. And JD Vance has said and done literally whatever Peter Thiel wanted, and that's how he ended up where he is. Like I said, no one wants to hear politics from Peter Thiel or any other billionaire. These guys are absolute freaks. They're ghoulish. And so this guy, this JD Vance that they've created, is the perfect bridge between their world and ours. He looks like the champion of the working class, but underneath, he's a tool for oligarchy. He can give a warm smile, tell relatable stories, put on a great act. He can make you feel like he's on your side, when in reality what he stands for is taking away our privacy, our dignity, our basic freedoms. All for the good of an increasingly horrifying cohort of accelerationist oligarchs. I'm not saying this because I hate America or because I'm not a patriot. I think the opposite is true. I'm saying it because I care about my future children and grandchildren having a place to live. And so we find ourselves in this deeply frustrating situation. There are so many different groups of people that have real valid concerns. And I think the country, in a lot of ways, the nation, is truly in jeopardy. The American way of life is at stake for a lot of different reasons. And it's horribly frustrating and tragic that we have a candidate like J.D. Vance who clearly understands a lot of the problems that our country is facing. He knows on a personal level that our culture, our economy, our system is broken for hundreds of millions of people, but he himself has become part of that problem. He himself has slowly had any semblance of real values dissolved and replaced with corporate moneyed interests. He could be a powerful...
What? I couldn't roll.
He has the life experience to know what we're fighting for and why. But as he stands, he truly represents nothing but maniacal greed. Whatever you want to call it, whatever the movement is named, in the end, it's a facade for greed. And I can't think of anything more anti-American than that. So as we race toward this future, where very soon J.D. Vance is going to be president, it's important to remember where his true incentive is. It's not in making the country better. It's not even from the kind perspective. Ultimately, his entire life, career, and political platform was created by people who see America not as a community or a nation, but a market for people and democracy and obstacles to their own goals. So when J.D. Vance talks about freedom, American people, and liberty, and blah, 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 it's not our freedom.
What?
It's theirs.
What was that?
Freedom for a handful of unelected voters in the private companies to sit above the state and above the public, influencing our opinions, manipulating what kind of society the rest of us are allowed to live in. J.D. Vance's job is to make that look and feel as populism, to convince you that handing more power to this class of people is somehow an act of rebellion against the elites, even though the people who back him are elites. And so ultimately, J.D. Vance represents the confusion of conservative ideas with billionaire, ultra-capitalist values. He's part of this long transformation that's been going on for years and years and has reached a point where it's impossible to hide from. And so unless we start recognizing him and people like him for what they really are and refusing to play along with it, we're going to wake up one day and realize that the country we thought we were fighting about doesn't exist. The only thing left will be the people that own it and the
so
bullshit
annoying.
falsehoods that they've tricked us into arguing. And I think we should all know what this pattern of power and control can look like when it runs to its natural endpoint, because there are more than enough places where history shows us exactly that. One example that I think about all the time is Idi Amin. He grew up in poverty in the 1950s Uganda, rose to the ranks of the government, and after becoming president, became known as the Hitler of Africa, killing up to 500,000 people during his rule, among other atrocities. Obviously, I don't think that explicitly is on J.D. Vance's agenda, but it's fascinating to see how power unilaterally corrupts and what that corruption can bring about later down the line once it's enabled. It's something I thought about a lot after watching Mad Kings, the new docuseries from the Life War. He has episodes about Idi Amin, Uday Hussein, Kim Il-sung, and more, all focusing on the modern era's most insane rulers and criminal details.
What?
That go far
Come
beyond the
on.
average.
Oh well, at
And
least
that's
we
because
traded.
it's an exclusive Nebula original series. And a big part of Nebula's mission as a streaming platform is to be the best place for creators to make work that we couldn't make anywhere
Totally
else.
lucky.
That's why they have countless fascinating documentaries about
They don't
history,
seem to get on
culture,
point or
politics.
fight.
They have it
It's
all.
weird.
Actually,
Oh, no, they
we
got
have
it.
it all. I'm part of Nebula. I helped fund it. I have a lot of exclusive content on there. But it's not just me. Nebula is home of creators like Lindsay Ellis, Leo, Bobby Broccoli, hundreds of others. Basically, if you want to see real, critical, fascinating, long-form content made with human creativity
Well, at
and
least I got
research instead of AI-powered slop, there's no better platform. Of course, they have fun stuff too, exclusive original comedy shows like Abolish Everything, the hit travel game show Jet Lag. You'll keep coming back for more. Basically, Nebula is becoming the answer to the question, how do you make content that's high quality, interesting, and unique in a world that's increasingly filled with garbage? I mean, slop is everywhere in every definition. Low quality
You didn't get on
content,
point?
AI written or voiced
Fucking
trash,
idiots, get
exploitative
on
algorithms
point.
designed to ad,
charge
clickbait,
the
excessive
point, you
advertising.
idiot.
I think we get it, okay? All this stuff that the internet is completely overrun
Now it's
by,
gonna be a
Nebula
short
has none of
game.
that.
Son of
So
a
if you want to join a
bitch.
platform that's pushing entertainment forward, enabling us to make things we never could have made before,
You should have
while
charged the
staying true
point.
to the vision, you can get access to
Go
exclusive
furl
like
a
Real Life Lores,
cargo.
Mad Kings docuseries, and so much more by joining Nebula today. But the best part is that Nebula isn't just the most interesting video platform anywhere, it's also affordable. Right now, if you use the link nebula.tv/Volksgeist, you can get 50% off your yearly subscription, which will come out to just $30 for the year with a 3-day free trial included. That's nebula.tv/Volksgeist to get 50% off your subscription. Just $30 a year to the most interesting video platform on the internet. That's nebula.tv/Volksgeist to hugely support the channel and get a year of Nebula for just $30, where you can go watch Mad Kings and so much more right now.
I've been pushing Nebula for years. Do you get a lot of subs? Oh my god. What? Please tell me you killed him. Yeah. Don't lose here. Oh. They captured? No, they didn't capture, did they? No, they did. Ah, I'm stuck. No. No. No, we lost this? We did lose this. Oh my god. How did they turn this around? We killed their tank. Oh my god, I got more kills than the DPS. Good fight. Can't run them all. I like his name. I'll be right back. I gotta pee while I requeue here. Yeah, did I requeue? Yes, I did. And now, oh, let's pick something. What Sam Altman doesn't want you to know from More Perfect Union.
Watch this clip of Sam Altman
BRB, I gotta
having
pee.
a very strange reaction to an interviewer who's pretty friendly to big tech, and I'll explain in a second.
How can the company with $13 billion in revenues make $1.4 trillion of spend commitments? And you've heard the criticism,
First
Sam.
of all, we're doing well more revenue than that. Second of all, Brad, if you want to sell your shares, I'll find you a buyer. I just, enough.
So why does Altman seem so upset here? After all, this interviewer is just pointing out a basic fact that OpenAI has committed to spend over $1 trillion on AI infrastructure over the next 8 years, despite only bringing in around $13 billion a year in recurring revenue, less than 1% of what they're promising to spend. I'm no money genius, and I'm personally terrible at budgeting, but that doesn't seem great. Most of the supposed growth in the American economy in 2025 was caused by investment in AI. That's all part of a promise being made by the industry, led by Sam Altman, that once a certain level of machine learning intelligence is reached, all of our problems will be solved.
The housing crisis, cancer, poverty, climate change, mental health, democracy, universal basic income, cure a bunch of diseases, this cancer and that one, and heart disease.
Helping you try to accomplish your goals and be your best.
Very high quality healthcare, important new scientific discoveries. The marginal cost of energy are going to trend rapidly towards zero. It's a more equal world.
Universal extreme wealth for everybody.
In exchange for all that, Altman is asking all of society to put all of our eggs, our data, our economy, our water and resources, everything, into one basket. His. He's offering us one massive, just trust me, bro. So, should we trust Altman? Should we accept his deal? Is it even our choice? Altman isn't a technologist or scientist. He's an investor and deal maker, and really good at it, supposedly. But his whole career is a series of just trust me, bro moments.
Yeah.
So let's examine the deal Altman is offering all of us. Should we believe Sam Altman's promises? And what's the cost to the rest of us if those promises turn out to be lies? So let's go back and look closer at Altman's early days in the tech industry. Altman's first big deal was selling his first company, Looped, a service for locating your friends. That's something that inherently needs lots of users to work, or else you're just locating yourself.
The operative idea seems to be ubiquity. I mean, get it out there in more ways than you can possibly imagine.
And make it available to everybody.
But the whole time, Looped refused to say how many users they had. Altman just insisted there were, quote, way more users than any other similar service. It turns out, though, that towards the end, Looped only had 500 users. When Reuters reported this, Altman insisted it was 100 times more than that, and that he'd provide evidence. He never did. Just trust me, bro. Looped sold to the Green Dot Corporation, who shut it down immediately and never used any of the tech. Green Dot investors allege it was a dirty deal done to enrich Sequoia Capital, a VC firm with a stake in Looped, and 2 board members at Green Dot who helped approve the deal. Altman left Green Dot as soon as he was legally able, walking away with millions for building an app that no longer existed in any form. And luckily for Altman, someone
My eyes
saw
got
something.
dragged. Just put some eye drops in.
Teal.
Why would they do that? No.
Oh, because they're assholes.
Ban Mercy?
Yeah.
I love Mercy. I love playing. Whatever. Whatever. Whatever.
You got this, Princess.
Wait, no. No, it's fine. No, it's not. Others are fine.
Good. we're fine.
But we'd be better if Mercy wasn't banned and I could play my main.
Fair enough.
Wait, hold on. Let me see what fucking map this is. I don't memorize them. I'm not weird like that. Oh, I might just go Lucio.
When in doubt, Lucio? Question mark?
That sounded a little bit doubtful.
Usually when it's when in doubt, Mercy. But we don't have that.
We don't have that option right now.
It's okay.
Yeah.
We got this.
that's not a person. That's part of the scenery. I thought that red post box was enemy.
Obviously it is. It's hard to...
It's undercover. Tracer's hiding in there.
I know it is.
Left.
I'm with you.
I will coalescence here.
I killed 2 of them.
Nice.
I'm sorry I panicked. I thought that we were gonna die.
You're good. It's okay. Oh my god.
Oh my god, where'd everybody go?
I got obliterated by the bomb.
Yeah, that's why I got him out of there as fast as possible, because I should let loose the bomb and then the animate it.
Maybe when I let loose the bomb. Gas time, gas time. Hello.
haven't. And just lift the bomb. Nice one, Farah.
Thank you.
Oh no, we're gonna lose.
Oh, you bastard.
I'm hiding.
That's not too good.
Gentlemen, we kill them here.
Definitely not letting them have it, I'll tell you that. That's not too good. Oh my god, don't put the shield down, you idiot. You put it down.
Uh-oh.
You put it down. How is he alive? Fuck that asshole. I will call lessons here. Oh no, no. I have you now.
Desperational.
Nice.
Good game, y'all.
Excellent.
GG's.
22.
Stay as team?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
We go to. Maybe y'all can play Mercy this game.
Yes. Yes, yes, please, Mercy.
Good barrage.
Yippee.
Continue. Level 50.
I can also play tank if you need.
As well.
Oh shit, we can't queue with 4 players.
Man, fuck.
Good game, guys.
Good game.
Go. See, all I gotta do in Overwatch is like 4 words, like 8 words, maybe, well, more like 20 words a match, something. I will ultimate here. I will ultimate here. Or more like, I will coalescence here, or whatever character you're on. Learn whatever the ult is. Tell them you're going to do it. Wait until they have a disadvantage of like 1 down or something, and then just try and capitalize off that and fry all 4 of them. I will coalescence here. I will coalescence here. I only said 8 words that whole match, and then GG's, good game. 12 words all in all. Because it's like these days, I used to talk a lot, be like, oh, and get all into it and stuff. Now I think silence says more, you know? Less is more. It's loser talk to say less is more, but I do think that. let's see how X4's doing. I have 21 million. I am not... oh, yeah. I need to make sure that all my guys are, like, mining now. Yeah. Let's save, because I'm really doing well in this game now. I got a nice daily save done. I do not want to pull a double today, but hey, if I am, I'm gonna PvP all day on like you know, on energy drink, and I'm just gonna PvP all day, and it'll wipe me out. I know by 8 o'clock I'll be fucking dead tired. I'm gonna PvP all fucking day. I know I am. Maybe even on WoW. Yeah, if this game gets too much, I'll go into WoW and I'll do some fishing and I have you now. Oh yeah. Let's go watch something. Oh yeah, why Sam Altman's...
Teal, who once said that Altman should be treated as, quote...
Notice that Teal is in every one of these stories. He must be the lead child molester. He's the head vampire. Him and Snoop Dogg probably party at Epstein, P. Diddy butt parties all the time.
More of a messiah.
Diddy and his butt parties. 1,000 gallons of lube for your butt parties. God damn it.
Figure.
I love making fun of these people that I don't like. I think the worst I've ever done partying, I don't know, trespass, I guess. The worst I've ever done when I was partying was trespass. That's the worst I've ever done. You know? I don't know. That's a lot different from these people. I think they constantly commit crimes, but they're on a really high level. See, I get worried about, like, that one trespassing charge from 5 years ago. You know? Yep, and I went looking for my kitty. I wonder sometimes if he's still alive now. I got him in, I want to say, 2007. And he was 5 months old, so yeah, he'll be 13 plus 5, 18 now. He'll be dying of old age now. And he was a wonderful Scottish fold named Pixel. Orange cat. Really wonderful cat. He had a problem when he was a baby, or a kitten, where he would like sneeze up this huge line of bloody snot, and then he would eat it. And it was so disgusting. We're like, why are you bleeding out of your nose? And so I took him to the vet, and they were like, he's got a septum that needs like surgically removed. And I was like, how much? And they were like, I don't know, 10 grand. And I was like, oh my God, I can't do that. And they're like, no, you can't. And I was like, is he going to die? And they were like, no, it's actually probably like 50-50. He'll probably be okay. That's what they said. They're like, you don't have to spend $10,000 if you don't have it. And they're like, no, he'll either grow into it or he won't. And if he doesn't, bring him back. We'll see if we can do something. And he did. He grew into it, and he stopped snuffling as bad, and he stopped like snot, you know, snotting up blood and stuff. It was this terrible viscous blood. When I saw it, it made me sick. I miss him very badly. He was my cat, and like this cat's my cat, but he was my cat. But I had him for 12 years, you know. Or something like 10 years, I think it was. Vote to ban heroes. Nope, I'm not voting, and I'm not doing anything. Ban heroes. I really don't like Junkrats, and I'll just be honest about it. I don't, yeah. I'm noticing that now Ash seems to be the pain in the ass that Widowmaker used to be. And so it doesn't feel like banning her. Oh, nice. Yeah, ban Vendetta, huh? Yeah, maybe I should ban Vendetta, because it's like, for healers, Vendetta's a bad thing. My cute kitty. I don't know what I want to do. Let's see what they play.
Rubber around.
Okay. They're looking like a Mercy. No, they look like they're self-sufficient. I think I will give them my main. I don't like this level, so I want to be on my main. I gave the guy the chance to take it. Oh, watch it, kitty. I might bump your nose. Should have been Widow. Oh, kill him. Go back. Gotcha, sorries. Lucio. Yeah, that's fucking. Ten-player kill streak, bitch. What the fuck was that? Oh yeah. Zero and zero. This Mercy doesn't kill, and the Mercy doesn't die. Which boy does she heal? Go, Rocky. Alright, we'll switch it up here. Endorse. Imprint. god. Oh. That's not too good. No, I'm holding the point, so... Oh, I can roll. Near. Counter. No, don't try Lucio. No, my orb. Ah! Fuck. No, I tried. Did they all run into the bombs? Oh my god, they did. Did they run into bombs? No, but yeah, I think they did. They ran into bombs, a bunch of them. What the hell? Okay. Oh god. No. Dick. Oh. What? Oh. We're going to lose this round. No. I have 21. I'm going to switch it. Oh, no, I guess I can't. Okay. Get on point. Oh, but he got boots. That's not good. Get. I couldn't do it. Ugh. Bastards. 13 and 4. It's still good, but it's not like amazing. Tempted to go Brig. I'll give him my main. Fuck it. No! What was that? Come on. God damn it. No, we're losing this. Get them bat. Kill them bat. Yes. What's up, bitch? I'm fighting. She's up here. Okay, good. Oh my god, I'm the only one fighting this. We got the point. Oh my god. Roll! You can do it. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. He's low. Kill him. Please kill him. You didn't do it. They saved him, huh? Oh my god, they saved him. It was close. Get on point. Get point. Don't let them take it. No. Oh, fuck. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm so low. Let's just wait. Yep. Ooh. That's a good get. Let's try and win this game. I'm gonna coalescence here and try to dominate. Got him. Where'd he go? You too. Now, as for the rest of them. Oh, no, I don't want to die to that, but I want to fucking flank you. Got him. Come on, win the game. Oh. Oh god. No, I need a heal. What? We're gonna win. What? Win. Yeah. Oh yeah. So good. Rocky Horror. Bat. Okay. Get up the ladder. I don't have to pay attention to any of this anymore. Yep. I don't think I want... Well, I could always play some Grand Theft Auto. Did I requeue? No. Requeue. So I don't know. Maybe I drop Grand Theft Auto and play some Arc Raiders. I think.
Altman millions to start his own VC firm, Hydrazine Capital. And that's not all the capital Altman controlled. He was also hired as president of Y Combinator, or YC, an influential venture capital firm and startup incubator, where Looped got its original funding.
I think the president of YC is sort of the unofficial leader of the startup movement.
And Altman personally traded on that influence. The New Yorker reports that up to 75% of Hydrazine's capital was invested in YC companies. Altman used his inside view to get a cut of YC's power, despite Altman promising he didn't cross-invest in YC companies. That's two big lies so far: the user base of Looped that needed users to exist, and his investments. In 2015, Altman leads YC into the investment you likely most know him for.
He's sort of a semi-company, semi-nonprofit doing AI safety research.
OpenAI was launched as the supposed nonprofit OpenAI Foundation, with a charter with a lot of lofty goals, a primary fiduciary duty to humanity, and avoiding enabling uses of AI or AGI that harm humanity or unduly concentrate power, while acting to minimize conflicts of interest among our employees and stakeholders. The evidence that they do that? Just trust me, bro. OpenAI's primary financial backers were tech billionaires and millionaires like Altman himself, Peter Thiel, Reid Hoffman, and Elon Musk, and tech companies like Amazon Web Services and Infosys.
We wanted to build this with humanity's best interest at heart.
But in exchange, OpenAI is asking for a lot, putting all of society's eggs in one basket, if you will. They want electricity, water, infrastructure, capital, your data, your writing, your art, and for humanity to adjust to job loss, deepfakes, and everything else. All in exchange for some future promise of technology that fixes everything. So, can we trust him with all of this? Let's look at some of his biggest statements and promises to show how they tie to all the eggs in the basket. Altman insists he doesn't own any of OpenAI, and he barely takes his salary.
I paid enough for health insurance. I have no equity in OpenAI. I'm doing this because I love it.
But he doesn't hide that he's already rich, trying to do a rich guy using money for good Batman thing.
That Batman, such a wonderful person. I don't deserve it.
But we millionaires decided that you do.
But let's look at how this is part of his honesty problem. And it ties in to the eggs in the basket, because Altman is invested in all the stuff necessary to build OpenAI. One of the eggs OpenAI needs is a ton of data. You can't build a large language model without examples of language and content. And one source of that data is Reddit. Altman owns a big share of the social networking site and was on
my
its board
god, he
until
owns Reddit.
2022. Reddit got its start in the same inaugural Y Combinator class as Looped. Here's Altman standing next to Reddit co-founder Aaron Swartz in 2005.
I mean, I don't know.
Swartz
I'm okay with Ball,
died by
actually. It's
suicide in
junk
2013
rat.
after being criminally charged for
Widow.
reproducing academic articles online and breaking copyright law. In 2015, Altman made a deal with Reddit, allowing OpenAI to, quote, basically aggressively scrape everything posted on the site to feed into OpenAI's tech. Reddit co-founder Alex Ohanian felt in his bones the deal was wrong. It's a less noble version of what Reddit co-founder Aaron Swartz was targeted by law enforcement for. Swartz wanted to open the knowledge up to everyone. Altman wanted to put it in his product. In 2014, Altman promised that he and other investors would give 10% of Reddit's value back to the Reddit community. That never happened due to regulatory issues. But just like Reddit's data going to OpenAI, a look at the areas Altman's wealth is invested in show a deep connection to other needs of the organization. He's invested in AI networking equipment companies, thermal battery companies, and even companies mining the rare earth metals that server farms require. And once it's all built, Altman will profit off the problems AI creates. We're going to focus on three: rising energy demands and costs, misuse like fraud and deepfakes, and job loss and economic collapse. Altman says again and again that OpenAI needs more power. The quote, audacious long-term goal is to build 250 gigawatts of capacity by 2033. That much compute will require as much electricity as 1.5 billion, the equivalent of the entire population of India. But Altman has a solution. Since they first met in the early 2000s, Peter Thiel and Sam Altman have had a shared interest, investing in nuclear power, which isn't inherently bad. Nuclear can be an extremely efficient and clean form of energy, but Thiel and Altman want to own it. Altman is invested in Helion and Open. Helion is working to build the first ever nuclear fusion power plant, a type of energy creation that many scientists say won't work. And Oklo is building microreactors, literally truck-sized nuclear reactors, which is a bit concerning considering this investment strategy.
Part of our model is make the cost of mistakes really low and then make a lot of mistakes.
But for now, Oklo hasn't figured their reactors out yet, and they're just using gas to keep up with the promises.
Nuclear startup Oklo and natural gas firm Liberty Energy today announcing a partnership to provide energy to large-scale customers.
Altman is also invested in multiple companies offering protection against AI bad actors, identity verification to prevent deepfakes, and even companies offering insurance for losses due to AI scams and hacking. That's like Batman not making any money off of crime fighting, but then selling Batmobile goes into my house insurance, while also running the Uber for henchmen startup that the Riddler uses, selling the Joker white naked. One other big promise Altman makes is that when the AI he sees as inevitable makes many jobs obsolete, it'll create so much wealth that it can be shared with everyone, just like his smaller scale Reddit promise that turned out to be bullshit. And in 2024, he announced the product that it'd supposedly offer that shared abundance.
WorldCoin.
WorldCoin.
WorldCoin is a technology company and cryptocurrency funded by all the usual suspects of technical fashion. WorldCoin's backers say it can be a way to give out some form of universal basic income when AI starts replacing jobs.
I think this idea that we have a global outside of the is a super logical step on the.
But it also sells itself as a solution to identity verification problems created by AI. They want to use these orbs as a method of trusted identity checking. And you don't get your universal basic income until you scan your eyes.
I will coalescence.
And like many of Altman's other projects, from Loot to ChatGPT, it requires universal adoption to be of any business. A currency and identification system are pretty useless if other people don't use them. So again, Altman is making an offer. Give us your identity, and we'll give you cryptocurrency. It's a classic Altman deal. I'll fix everything if you sign over everything. Just trust me, bro. It's almost like Altman wants to build a whole other economy, just in case the one we have now falls apart. Well, we'll get there. In 2019, OpenAI gave up any pretense of being a nonprofit and started a for-profit range, then spun the for-profit out into its own entity in 2024. That for-profit organization has none of the same legal responsibilities as the nonprofit, and brought in new investments like Microsoft, which invested $13 billion, which OpenAI largely spent on Microsoft products. And it's not just Microsoft. NVIDIA has promised to invest $100 billion in OpenAI over the next 2 years.
I can't believe how many of us
that OpenAI will spend buying NVIDIA chips. OpenAI has similar circular deals with AMD, Atari Government, and Larry Ellison's Oracle.
How about the 20 bucks you owe me?
Well,
I only got 10, so here's 10 and I owe you 10.
Thanks.
Hey, Mo, you owe me 20.
Well, here's 10 and I'll owe you 10.
And you owe me 20. Here's 10, I owe you 10. Here's 10, I owe you. Here's 10, I owe you. Here's 10, I owe you. Good. Now we're all even.
The entire economy is tied to the success of Altman's project.
We might screw it up. Like, this is the bet that we're making. Take your risk along with that.
Who is the we taking the bet? Here's OpenAI's CFO.
Banks, private equity, maybe even governmental, the ways governments can come to bear.
Meaning like a federal subsidy or something?
Meaning like, just first of all, the backstop guarantee that allows the financing to happen.
Where'd you go?
Through all of that stammering, the CFO of OpenAI is making a clear point. The government, your tax dollars, are responsible for saving the AI budget. That's more eggs in the basket. And that basket is based on the promises of Sam Altman, who, as we've illustrated, lies and breaks promises a lot. So if we really look at the basket, maybe we shouldn't have been putting all those eggs in it. And it gets worse. While we were editing this video, news broke that OpenAI is seeking a $750 billion valuation and is in talks with Amazon for a $10 billion investment. That's money that OpenAI would spend on Amazon infrastructure. So I'm gonna need more eggs. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video and want to support more of our quality journalism, please don't forget to like and subscribe. And if there are more stories like this one you want to see us cover, reach out to us at stories@perfectunion.us.
Yeah, it was good. That Anna got 20 kills. Jesus Christ, the Anna is fucking nuts. Well, shall we do it again? No, on defense I want Lucio. Fuck it. I want Lucio for this one. Fuck. Kill him. No. So unfair to him. On the wrong side of the point. No. Where are you going? Get off of me now. Oh, but I held for a long time. All of you. Oh shit. What? Oh my god, please go. Is it gonna 1v4? It's a fucking whatever they're called, Lightweaver, come on. Here we go. Crush them out here. They're not getting it. 95, 96. I will drop the beat here. They ulted on the fucking door. I wasted like another 40 seconds just fucking with them. Get off the point.
Shoot me, shoot me, shoot me.
Fuck. Get rezzed? Oh god. These guys, I'm holding this one. Fuck these guys. I'm out now, but I held for a while. Ooh, they're running out of time now. I don't think they make these. Maybe. I'll be back to fight them for the point again soon. While my team gets back, yeah. Get to this point. Oh yeah, we win. Fuck this guy. Nope. Nope. Q wins in a row. Let's keep doing it. Yeah, wins in a row. Real lawyer reacts to all's fair. Why everyone suddenly has autism is not what you think. Sure. Fire it off. Be smart.
I want you to look at this chart. Autism rates have absolutely skyrocketed in the last few decades. About 1 in 31 kids in the US are diagnosed on the spectrum today. And it's not just here. Worldwide data shows a steady rise in autism across most high-income countries. This data has sent public health experts, doctors, and anxious parents on a search for answers. Everyone wants to know, what could possibly be causing this?
Pharmaceuticals of different types.
Air pollution.
Gut microbiome.
Genetics.
Preterm birth.
Pesticides.
Infection, a fever.
Mother's age, father's age. I wouldn't call it a mystery. I would call it a complex problem.
It turns out that the real story behind the increase in autism isn't what you'd expect, and the causes aren't as mysterious as many people think. Our team has spent countless hours investigating and searching for the truth about what causes autism. Our goal is to separate the myths from the science and ask, what do we actually know and what don't we know? What can be done about it, or should anything be done about it? And what's really going on behind this trend? Hey smart people, Joe here. The first question we have to ask is the autism epidemic even real?
We announced historic steps to confront the crisis of autism.
By September, we will know what has caused the autism epidemic.
The epidemic is real.
Yeah. This is the million-dollar question.
Because this is such a huge topic, one of our writers, Marin, is joining me to walk through all of this.
So, as you know, Joe, I am a medical microbiologist, and therefore in my field of study, when someone's sick, we're looking for the thing that's making them ill, like a bacteria or a virus. But with something like autism, which is what's called a neurodevelopmental condition, it's not a disease. We're not talking about an illness here, so there's no one smoking gun causative agent that we can point to, and it's also not necessarily something that needs to be cured.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one of the most important things I think to recognize right at the top here is that autism isn't one thing. It's actually a really diverse group of conditions that are defined by the presence of these certain social and developmental and behavioral symptoms.
Exactly. And what was so interesting to me when we were researching this is that even though the name Autism Spectrum Disorder, or ASD, does do a really good job of getting across the idea that this is not a one-size-fits-all condition, it's also not quite as simple as this idea of a line going from less autistic to more autistic, because most experts in the field today are actually leaning towards thinking of this as more of a wheel. And I want to show you what that means. So the different segments of the wheel might include sensory processing, emotional regulation, social interaction, speech, motor skills and coordination, repetitive behaviors, lots of other things. And each individual may have greater challenges in some areas than others, so every autistic person's wheel is going to be pretty unique.
Now, we used to hear autistic people described with terms like low functioning or high functioning, but that's not how experts look at this anymore. Autism's typically diagnosed in levels, defined by how much support someone might need in their day-to-day life. That's all laid out in here, the DSM. That's the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. It's updated every decade or so, and it's the standard reference book that's used by doctors to diagnose and classify various mental health, behavioral, and developmental conditions. And basically, the way we diagnose autism is based on behaviors we can see from the outside. But that doesn't tell the whole story, because autism isn't just a behavioral condition. There's biology and genetics behind this stuff that we are just starting to truly untangle. Like the fact that autistic brains are different. One 2024 study scanned the brains of autistic adults and found they had a lower density of synapses than neurotypical folks. Synapses are the structures between neurons that allow them to pass messages to one another. Many lines of research have found the same thing. There are real differences in how neurotypical and autistic brains are structured and connected. But where do these brain differences come from?
Lots of different lines of evidence point to autism starting at the earliest stages of life, meaning post-conception, as a body and brain are developing in utero, even before a baby is born.
But coming back to our alarming chart, does that mean something happened in the last few decades that suddenly changed how our brains develop? Is that why we see the rise in cases?
Okay, so as a history nerd, I think about this a lot. But before we had our modern diagnoses that we all agree on, there wasn't a really commonly understood way to talk about people who behaved differently. So even though we may be able to look back and read into accounts of historical figures and guess that they had what we would today call autism, we're not going to find historical records of autism cases before the word itself started being used. So, Joe, I'm going to take you on the quickest speed run of the history of autism from the time the term was coined until today.
Okay, I'm ready.
In the 1910s, Swiss psychiatrist Eugen Bleuler coined the words autistic and autism to describe traits he was seeing in children with schizophrenia. And where everyone likes to go next is 1943, when Austrian doctor Leo Kanner published the first clinical account of autism as its own unique condition. But actually, in the 1920s, Russian doctor Dunya Sukhareva was publishing detailed case studies describing autistic symptoms in children that largely match how we still diagnose autism today, although her work was overlooked outside of Russia until decades later. In 1944, Hans Asperger described similar autistic traits in children, and from the 40s to the 60s and even into the 70s, autism was still officially being grouped with mental illnesses like childhood schizophrenia. And it's not until 1980 that autism was officially included as its own diagnosis in the DSM. In the 1990s, Asperger's work resurfaced in English, and the label Asperger's syndrome started being used for what were then seen as milder forms of autism. But in 2013, the DSM-5 combined Asperger's and several other diagnoses into autism spectrum disorder as we know it today. The other big reason we don't use the term Asperger's syndrome anymore is because recently discovered historical records tell us that Hans Asperger was doing a lot of his work under the Nazi regime, and it can't be separated from that legacy of eugenics. We can't consider our understanding
really?
of autism today without thinking about its problematic history. I mean, Kanner and those who followed in his footsteps believed in the refrigerator mother hypothesis, that autism was because of bad parenting, and in particular, cold mothers, which we absolutely know today to not be true. So our understanding of autism, how we assess and diagnosed it, this has all changed hugely over the past century.
If we ask the question, is there a higher percentage of people diagnosed with autism today than there were 30 years ago? The answer is yes. We weren't able to identify them in the same ways because there was either stigma for reaching out to get a diagnosis, or there was lack of awareness that you should go and seek an evaluation. I don't think epidemic is the right term to explain what's happening in autism prevalence.
And we can see this really clearly in one stark example. Austin, Texas and Laredo, Texas are only 235 miles apart. The rates of children with autism in Austin are nearly double those in Laredo. And the answer to why lies pretty clearly in the social and economic things we know about these places, not in biology. Austin is an urban area with a per capita income of around $71,000 a year, while Laredo is a more rural area with a per capita income of around $25,000 a year.
The major driver of these geographical discrepancies is access to diagnostic services, access to early screening. Pediatricians in urban areas are more likely to be doing screening and then have the resources to send the child off for diagnosis that you don't find still in more rural areas like Laredo.
We also see that boys are 3 times as likely to be diagnosed with autism than girls are. We're realizing that autism often presents differently in girls, and they're more likely to mask certain behavioral differences. These and other biases in diagnosis have probably overlooked many girls with autism since we started tracking cases, although this gender gulf is getting smaller, and that's probably another reason my cases have been going up. There's always the possibility, though, that there is something genetic or hormonal that's influencing this difference, too.
Because we don't know yet what exactly causes autism, it's hard to rule out the possibility that there isn't another factor playing a role in the change in risk.
So what we know is this trend is real. There are vastly more people who are labeled as autistic today than there were a few decades ago. And most of that increase can be explained by changes in how we diagnose autism. But this is what surprised me the most. Even when we account for all of those changes, there's still a rise that we can't account for just from changing diagnosis. This remaining trend is smaller, but it's also real. Finding the causes behind this increase is where researchers are focusing, and there are many potential answers there. But it starts where we killed them with our genes. Okay, Marin, I'm going to tell you about this part because, let's face it, I'm the genetics nerd between the two of us.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, it starts in 1977. That's when we see the first published study that looks at this potential genetic component of autism. And it showed that autism tended to show up really strongly in identical twins. And a ton of research has been done since that confirms this. If one twin is autistic, sometimes you see more than a 90% chance that the other
POTG,
twin is
bitch.
autistic. And when you look at fraternal twins who don't share identical DNA, right, but they're born at the same time, that rate drops to 1 in 3. And normal siblings, it's like 1 in 5. These are all way higher than the rate that you'd expect someone sort of randomly have autism, right? Which tells us there's definitely something going on with our genes.
The call is coming from inside the house.
Exactly. So as genome sequencing has gotten cheaper and more advanced, scientists have so far been able to identify over 100 genes where when a mutation occurs in that gene, that person is more likely to have autism.
You can study those variants in a population of kids, and you can see that all of the kids who have that variant or that gene have a set of common clinical features. You can put that variant into an animal, and you can see that it has neurological and neurodevelopmental effects on brain function and behavior in animals. You can clearly see the genetic factors are causal, and you can understand their role in brain development.
And scientists think they've only discovered about a quarter of the genes that cause autism. So they think there's probably around 400 genes or so that are linked to autism in some real, causal way.
We still have to find the rest of the genes. And then our ability to explain the heritability will increase as we find more of the genes.
So what kinds of genes are these mutations happening in?
Well, there's obviously like a whole big long list here, right? But some of these mutations don't even happen inside genes. They happen in these parts of our DNA that sort of turn on or off genes, or kind of turn the volume dial up or down on how much that gene is turned on. But most of these mutations converge on genes that regulate how the brain grows and develops. We're talking things like how different parts of the brain
It'd be fun
grow,
if he got
how different
banned right
parts of the
on
brain
the match.
connect with each
He
other.
just got kicked
And
out of
there's
the match.
a ton of evidence that shows that this is happening in the very earliest days of when we are growing and developing inside mom. And it even continues after we're born too.
So we're getting these autism mutations from our parents?
This is where things get pretty weird, honestly. So autism can run in families, but it doesn't have to.
Every child born has about 100 mutations that they did not inherit from mom and dad, that actually accumulate in the sperm or the egg. In fact, most of them accumulate in sperm. Because sperm are constantly dividing. Those are the de novo mutations.
We all have these
I ran through their soldier.
Our parents don't. And most of the time, they're invisible, right? They don't do anything. But you have to imagine, every so often, if one of those
dived their
mutations lands in
soldier.
a gene that's important in, say, fetal brain
I
growth,
dived their soldier, I'm sorry.
could lead to that
I'm
person
so sorry. We're
developing
not letting you
autism,
have this.
even if no one in their family has ever been diagnosed. Now, studies suggest that these spontaneous new mutations contribute to a really major chunk of autism cases. And remember, we haven't even found most of the genes that cause autism yet, so this is likely an underestimate.
Okay, this is all coming together because autism doesn't always look like a normal genetic disorder, right? Sometimes it runs in families, but a lot of times it doesn't. Or one sibling might have it and another doesn't. So de novo mutations is helping all of this make sense.
Because different genes get turned up or down at these different stages of development. So that means genetic changes that are linked to autism aren't always obvious right at birth. And imagine a scenario like this. A baby might seem to develop really typically for the first year. But around 12 or 18 months old, they start losing skills. Maybe they stop saying mama or dada. Maybe they stop making eye contact. They regress. Families sometimes think, wait, if this is genetic, then I should have seen it right from birth, right? But the gene was always there. It just didn't come into play until this stage of development, when its effects become visible. This doesn't feel like what a genetic condition should look like, but it is a genetic cause.
So is there a number? Like, can we say that X% of autism is caused by genes?
Researchers think that about half of autism can be linked to these genetic variants that are out there in the population, circulating, the kind of stuff you can inherit from mom and dad. Maybe another 20% of autism is thanks to these de novo spontaneous mutations. And then there's some other bit that they definitely think is genetic. We just don't know exactly how yet.
Okay, so some quick math here. That means that when we look across the whole population, 80% of all the autism cases we see can be traced to these genetic roots. I feel like that's way more than I thought. So what's the other 20%?
Well, this is where our environment comes in. For example, one of the strongest associations that we see is that autistic people are more likely to have older parents. Now, the older someone is, right, when they conceive, the more likely it is that their sperm or their eggs have accumulated those de novo, random, spontaneous mutations. And the more mutations, the more likely it is that one of those mutations is going to happen somewhere that increases your risk of autism. But there's no gene that determines when someone decides to have children, right? But there are all kinds of things that correlate with a parent's age. Things like education, where you grow up, cultural differences, all kinds of stuff. But these are things that are about your environment. So the reason that older parents are more likely to have an autistic child, that's clearly genetic, right? But the reasons that people become older parents are because of these non-genetic environmental things.
Okay, I feel like this is the perfect example of how investigating these environmental factors gets really sticky, because we can see associations between autism and tons of things, but the really important question that scientists actually want to answer when looking at that is this thing just linked to autism for some other reason, or is there actually something causal there? And also, there's just so many potential environmental factors. So, like, which ones are real?
We're going to run down a list of many factors that are commonly associated with autism, what we know about them so far, what we still don't know, and what we can say about how they are or aren't related to autism. Now, before we get started, here's sort of the fine print terms and conditions of this intro. We can't give you neat, exact numbers. Science doesn't work like a weather app. You don't get a clean, like 40% chance of rain, 20% chance of autism. There may be exact figures from individual studies, but we can't apply those numbers to everyone. It's impossible to say, this factor will increase your risk by this percentage. And this is a big one. When we look for things in our environment that may influence or cause autism, the point isn't to blame parents for something they did or didn't do during pregnancy, especially towards moms who still often get unfairly singled out. It's about understanding the interplay of complex biological and environmental factors interacting with genes. We're going to go through these causes because they come up a lot in the media, and we want to give you the context so you can separate myth from evidence. And with that in mind, let's start where we all did, in pregnancy.
We've studied several kinds of metabolic conditions during pregnancy. So think about gestational diabetes, about weight gain during pregnancy. And when we and others across the globe have looked at this question, we see hints that there is some association between metabolic conditions in pregnancy and then the increased risk of autism in those offspring.
I think it broke them.
Some studies see
when I dived their soldier past their tank and I landed on the soldier and I beat the shit out of him and he was like, what? And I was like, sorry, man, I just can't have you shoot me. I want to win this match. We got all the way to the end. I'm not losing this because you guys take this 1 point. You know, I'm not doing that. So then I just bullied him on the point, killed him. And then 2 people left. I swear to God, 2 people left immediately. When I bullied him on point, they left. And I'm sorry. I don't mean to be all mean. But it's a competitive match. I'm in competitive. You can see in the top left corner, competitive, bitch. I'm competitive, or I wouldn't be in competitive. I don't join competitive and not try. I knew I would be in a really catty competitive mood today because, you know, the video game industry is dying. America's dying, music's dying, rap's dying, fucking everything's dying, my family's dying, everybody's fucking dying, you know, it's annoying, and so I brought that energy to PvP today, which is a proper place to take it. I shall beat some shit out of some nerds. Fuck you, nerds. I shall beat the shit out of you, nerds. I shall beat the shit out of you.
The link between autism and obesity during pregnancy. Diabetes, both pre-existing or gestational diabetes, is associated with increased
gestational diabetes. Ugh.
Risk of autism too. These kinds of associations are tough to tease apart because there's always a chance that there's some other underlying genetic thing.
So they think that if you're like a mother and you're obese, you cause autism? Is that what it is?
That confounding variable. That's the common factor behind both obesity or diabetes.
Oh, no. It's some mystery. So they think diabetes and autism is the same thing. Okay, yeah. See, I've struggled with diabetes ever since I got fat, but I don't have it. You know, I really don't. I don't have diabetes, you know, but I do have a ring of, like, I don't know, red skin around the bottom of my feet that's been there for 7 years. When I had a deep vein thrombosis, I got a bit, like, what they said was like pre-diabetes, and I was like, really, and I really don't want diabetes. And they were like, well, don't eat sugar and don't, like, you know, crash your shit and lose weight. And I was like, okay, cool, and I did, and I'm fine, which is good. No diabetes. I walk a lot, that's why. Ooh, it's a new set of people. I hope we win. Come on, win. When I play Mora, we win. I'm learning to just take cover and not be shot as a healer, and it's actually be fucking stronger. I'll take my preferred role. I want the Moira. I'm gonna tell you about that.
Is what happens at the end of a successful pregnancy, birth. In the US, infant mortality has decreased by over 50% since the 1980s, largely because more babies are surviving preterm birth. And that's true for many countries around the world.
Actually.
Medicine has made huge advances in neonatal intensive care, so if a baby is born before 37 weeks or preterm, they are vastly more likely to survive today than they were 30 years ago. And many studies have found an association between preterm birth and higher rates of autism when you compare to babies born at full.
Okay, so yeah, no, like, so I was a preteen birth, or not preteen, but I was like a early birth a little bit, and there was 2 other of me. We were born triplets, and the other 2 died because I ate them. That's just what I tell people at parties. I was like, I was born triplets, and the other 2 died, and I ate them. And they're like, what? And I was like, yeah, when I was born, I was born triplets, and the other 2 died. Imagine 2 more of me standing next to them. And they're like, oh my God, that would be like a full-blown like tackle on an NFL team. And I was like, yep, I could be my own tackling team. But the other 2 brothers died because I ate them. Look at me. It's obvious that I ate them. I ate them. It's like that Venture Brothers intro story. The other 2 brothers died because I ate them. That's what they never tell you. Just kidding. No, I was probably competitive in the wound. I was just kicking them in the nuts. I was like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. I want to get out first. I'm getting out first. You understand? I'm getting out first. Fuck you.